expecting Suella Braverman to replace Priti Patel. She's been a big supporter of the Rwanda policy and has vowed to take action to ensure that it gets over the line. The other thing about Priti Patel, she's a vocal voice, and she's going to be now on the back benches, and you can bet that she'll be doing everything she can to make sure that Liz Truss doesn't forget that that Rwanda policy needs to be implemented. And if there's anything that changes on that, you can expect her making some pretty powerful interventions in the House of Commons.
Now, inevitably today, we'll be very much focusing on the Cabinet and the actual official transfer of power from Boris Johnson to Liz Truss. But behind the scenes, lots of talk in the papers about this plan to put a freeze on energy prices and capping them at 1,000, I think it is 1,971, if the papers are to be believed this morning. Now, that means surely she can't then introduce the tax cuts that she's been talking about throughout her entire leadership campaign. It's got to be one or the other. You can't possibly fund them both, can you?
Well, what we're expecting is that there is going to be this freeze on energy bills. There's a little bit of uncertainty as to how long this is going to last. Is it going to be until January? Is it going to be until the next general election? How long this intervention will be, which obviously changes the cost of it. But we're expecting that will largely be done via borrowing, which means that you can still go ahead with those tax cuts using fiscal headroom to do that, and that borrowing can be paid back over a longer period of time.
How much pressure is that energy policy under compared to what Labour have already come forward with?
So some will look at the plan and say they seem rather similar. Liz Truss, through the election campaign, said that she didn't agree with Labour's policy. It wasn't the right thing to do, but it looks very much in the same ilk. Some are saying it's more bold because it's going to last for longer, potentially, than what Labour was suggesting, but it looks very much like she's taken Labour's policy and is going to claim it as her own.
Right. Here's what I think about energy plans, right? Yeah. Call me stupid, and a lot of people do. But what are we paying? So you've got, say basically £2,000. You cap it at £2,000. So basically, the government, we, the taxpayers, are still paying the energy companies. They're still getting their money, right?
What if the government cap it? You think they're paying the difference? Yeah. Well, if essentially the taxpayer's paying it because the government doesn't have any money of its own.
Correct.
Yeah.
So my point is, why aren't we just telling these energy companies with these ginormous profits, that's your lot. You're getting £2,000, end off. That's all you can charge anybody. We're not paying for it. We're taking it out of your vast profits. So this is what... I mean, why can't they just do that?
Well, because if they do, I'm assuming, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the energy companies will go elsewhere.
Where?
UK PLC, wherever else they can get gas and oil from, at the States, whatever,
so
and
you're
then we
saying...
lose the revenue, the tax revenue from it. So they just don't want to...
Are you saying that they go elsewhere, like they'll suddenly say, Mrs Miggins in Hertfordshire, whatever, we are not supplying you with gas or oil before?
I'm talking about the big companies like Shell and BP or whatever. They'll go off to
Let them go.
Norway.
Call their bluff.
Wow.
Call their bluff.
We're already having a sterling crash at the moment.
I think it's ridiculous that we are paying them out of the taxpayer's purse to still have the same amount of profits. An energy cap should mean that's your lot. You can only charge £2,000 maximum. End off. If I ruled the world. Thank you very much indeed, Dan. Really appreciate that. Get in touch. You know what to do. gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet at gbnews.
Yeah, of course, today, a sad day for many Boris Johnson supporters, certainly a historic day, as our current Prime Minister is leaving. It's his final day. We've been asking the people of Mansfield in Nottinghamshire how they feel about waving goodbye to Boris Johnson.
I like Boris Johnson because he's got character. You know, he gets things done. He's direct. He knows what he's talking about, irrespective of what others say. What has annoyed me, really, is how it's been allowed for the backstabbers to get rid of him, not the people of the country, through a general election.
A bit upset, really, because I think he's really good for this country. He comes over as being very bolshy, but he gets things done.
I think we'll get a better leader, to be fair. I like Boris Johnson. He did what he could under the pressure and circumstances that we was in. It's hard for a person to pull people through a situation like that, but yeah, he did what he could and he just wasn't up for it.
OK, we're out and about. If it's important to you, it's important to us. This is GB News, the People's Channel, and we now speak to one of our people, GB viewer and listener, Tim Lamb. We say good morning to him. Let's see Tim. Tim is a Conservative Party member. Hi, Tim.
Hi.
As I understand, you voted for Liz Truss, and you must be a happy man today.
Yes, I am. I considered Richie, but out of the two of them, my view was that we need somebody that will be will govern, hoping to bring the people together, and I would also like to see follow what she states, and that is having a small state. As Isabel alluded to, that the government doesn't have any money, it's all taxpayers' money. And I get really angry when I see, for example, the levels of bureaucracy in such as the National Health Service, in the civil service, and I would like to see her look at this and say, right, we're going to look at it. We need to reduce the costs to the taxpayer, and in fact, the money saved could be put back into frontline services. I mean, for example, look at Quangos. I think in 2020, I think I read a report in the Guardian that said they cost the taxpayer £29 billion. Do we need them all? I don't believe that we do. The biggest one was the Public Health England, which had, I'm not sure if viewers know, or if you know, they had a team and a budget, a team of over 300, I believe a budget of about 100 million to prepare for a pandemic, maybe a flu pandemic, not obviously COVID, because we didn't know that would happen. And they did an exercise in 2016, I believe, called Operation Signet, and it was a complete disaster. It was so bad, they tried to hide the report. And again, I think it was the Guardian that managed to receive the report through a Freedom of Information Act. And,
Tim, great hearing from you. Tim, thanks very much. Great hearing from you. Time's against us this morning, as you can appreciate, Tim. Very busy day. Tim, sorry, talking. Me, Tim. Can we cut him up, please? Thank you. So, Tim, just saying, it's an historic day and very, very interesting. Thanks very much indeed for your input on that and everybody else who's been in touch with us.
Literally his input, having voted for our future Prime Minister. Tim, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. With the time at 17 minutes past 6, we're going to bring you up to date on the top stories of the day. And
Canadian police say they have found the body of Damien Sanderson. He, along with his brother Miles Sanderson, is a suspect in the mass stabbing that killed 10 people. Police say the brothers attacked people at 13 separate locations. At least 19 others were injured in Saskatchewan yesterday. Detectives have been granted a 36-hour extension to continue questioning 3 men in connection with the killing of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell in Liverpool. Police say a 34-year-old man who was arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, and 2 other men who have been both arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender will remain in custody. A 4th man has also been questioned.
the Duchess of Sussex.
Given a keynote speech at the One Young World Summit in Manchester. That's her first address in Britain since quitting as a working royal 2 years ago. The couple are now expected to meet Invictus Games officials and competitors in Dusseldorf today ahead of the Games next year.
Now, thunder and lightning hit parts of the southeast and southwest
Thunder and lightning,
England
very,
last
very
night.
frightening.
Yeah. It's the change
That's
of the
Queen.
season. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I know that one.
Did you get that?
Yeah,
Did
I can
you?
play it on the piano.
Right. Can you?
Yeah. Thunder and lightning. Anyway, lots more storms expected to come our way. Some warnings out from the Met Office as well. And so much so that actually it's affected the agenda today.
Why?
Boris Johnson's doing the speech at 7:30 this morning. It was supposed to be later, but it's all been adjusted to allow for the storms that are predicted at Balmoral and also the bad weather here on Downing Street.
So that may affect him flying to Balmoral.
I think so. Yeah.
It's like a scene from Macbeth, really, isn't
Yeah.
it? We all know how that ended.
Well, look, let's speak to a weather expert now. Nathan Rao is a journalist, specialises in this, and knows much more about it all than we do. Good morning to you, Nathan.
Good morning.
Just first of all, in relation to the big historic day of Boris Johnson finishing his premiership, just explain how bad the weather's going to be today. That's had to change things.
Yeah, it's a big day, and we've got some proper British filthy weather on the way. There's thunderstorm warnings out this morning in parts of the country, and later today and through the beginning of the week and through the big events today, Boris and Liz Truss flying up to Balmoral, there is some unsettled weather on the way due to a big storm or low pressure system sitting to the west of the UK, like a big washing machine that's throwing in thunderstorms, unsettled weather, heavy showers, bit of wind as well. So a big day and some big weather on the way.
I've heard some suggestions of a hurricane. Is that fair or overstating it?
Absolutely. There is the remains of Hurricane Danielle. Now, Hurricane Danielle is currently a tropical storm that's coming across the Atlantic. It's due to sweep into the United Kingdom on the weekend, where it can do one of two things. If they go to the south across the UK, they can bring some unsettled weather, or if they go over to the north, what we could get is some warmer weather in the shadow of Danielle as she passes across the UK. Some warmer air gets pulled up, but it makes the forecasting very uncertain. But all in all, there's a lot going on with the weather.
And how unusual is the weather? And I know this is the question we always ask when we get big weather, but I mean, we've been so spoilt, haven't we, with this gorgeous summer. Perhaps too dry in some parts. But it certainly feels as though the seasons are changing and autumn is arriving.
Yes, I mean, this comes off the back of an extraordinary summer, the hottest summer in England ever, and joint fourth hottest summer in the UK. The driest summer since 1976. The weather has thrown some real surprises at us this year. And the hurricane season, the Atlantic hurricane season, is expected to be busier than usual this year. Some of those do veer away from the United States and come over the United Kingdom. So there's a lot going on. We've just had the very, very hot spell, and now we're into the autumn storms already.
There we go. So it's going to be an interesting day for weather, an interesting day for history, the two of them coming together. Really good to get your assessment. Thank you very much, Nathan Rao. Indeed.
Look, with that, we'll take a break and we'll be looking at Liz Truss's relationship with the Union and, more importantly, with the Scottish First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
First of all, though, we were just talking about it. Here's your forecast.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours. Hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spell still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel,
Britain's
news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
(26 minutes past 6). Still to come in today's programme. 6:45, Kinsey Schofield will be bringing you the latest on the Heggie,
that's a new take on it.
Heggie is Harry and Meghan together. Hagen. Or Mary.
Yeah. They are married.
Where are they?
Well, they were in Manchester yesterday and Meghan did a speech, a few boos sprinkled in there as well, but they're off to Dusseldorf today to mark 1 year until the next Invictus Games, and then they're back to London tomorrow for the Well Child Awards.
Then the big history bit, 7:30 this morning.
Yes, 7:30 this morning. We're going to be live at Downing Street because Boris Johnson will be making his final speech from that very famous street and that very famous lectern, hopefully with the weather on his side. Get in touch. You know how. The email address is on your screen at gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews. It should be on the screen. Never mind, it will be later.
OK, very shortly we will have a new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and she'll face many challenges during her premiership, including the question of Scottish independence and the relationship with the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon.
Well, here to tell us more is Dr Sandesh Gilani, MSP, the Scottish Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care. Very good morning to you. Is this good for the union or bad in the shape of Liz Truss?
Oh, it's good for the union. When Liz Truss came up to Perth and did the hustings in Scotland, she talked about how we're a family and families don't split up. And so you can see from remarks like that Liz Truss is actually very pro the union, very much in favour of us remaining together. And let's be honest, we are much stronger together. You can see that from when we had COVID times, where we all had our jobs essentially nationalised through the furlough scheme from Rishi Sunak. And that is an example of how it's so much better to be together facing adversity.
It's going to be a difficult, strained relationship between Nicola Sturgeon and Liz Truss, isn't it? Not least after, during this campaign period, she said that she was going to ignore her.
Well, I mean, that was in relation to the constant talk about independence. We had our once-in-a-generation vote, and we voted to remain. And Nicola Sturgeon is constantly talking up grievance, constantly trying to deflect. And that's what Liz Truss was talking about when it comes to independence. Now, look, we have a cost of living crisis. We have rising energy bills. And yet there are £20 million earmarked for what essentially is a pretend independence referendum. This is stuff we simply don't need. We need to ignore the independence question because it's been settled. But what we need to do is have two governments working together for the betterment of the people of Scotland.
I'm just looking at some of the tweets Nicola Sturgeon put out yesterday, because lots of people were analysing the numbers of people that turned out to vote. There were 81,000 people who voted for her, which some pundits have pointed out is actually just the size of one parliamentary constituency in the UK. But in terms of those who were eligible, it was only 47% of the electorate in this vote. And Nicola Sturgeon tweeted yesterday saying it's worth noting that if the principles of Liz Truss's mooted new referendum law applied here, her election would be invalid.
Well, I think Nicola Sturgeon is doing everything she can to try to remain valid and talking in this process. Look, it's very clear that Nicola Sturgeon is out of touch. She has been spending her time going to Denmark, opening embassies. She's been at the Fringe, doing half-empty theatre shows, when actually we have crisis here in Scotland. The bins were not being collected. The Fringe actually had mountains of rubbish. And instead of Nicola doing all of those things, she should have gone straight in and helped. And she swanned in at the last moment and tried to take all the glory with the paid settlement. But we shouldn't have got to that stage. So I think when it comes to things like this, maybe Liz Truss is right to ignore Nicola.
So what do you think will happen come 2024? She seemed to hint, didn't she, that's when the next general election will be. Do you think the Conservatives will gain ground under Liz Truss in Scotland? Because it has been problematic for the Conservative Party north of the border in recent years, hasn't it?
No, you're right. But we did have good results. We have the 31 MSPs, which is the most that we've had, joint most that we've had. And we have MPs in many different areas around Scotland. But what we need to do, what Liz Truss needs to do, is show everyone that she has policies which will ensure that we tackle the cost of living crisis, that energy bills don't continue to soar at almost unprecedented rates, where just ordinary people are going to be struggling, where businesses simply won't function. And actually, really importantly, if you look at dentists and you look at GPs, if the energy bills continue to rise, you're going to see unviable places, businesses that simply won't be able to work, and that will affect everyone watching. You won't be able to see your GP, won't be able to get your dentist. It's hard enough as it is. So we need to see that happen. And if Liz Truss does that, and she has policies that are progressive, and she shows the importance of small government, she shows the traditional Conservative values, then there's no reason why in 2024 we can't see gains here in Scotland.
OK. Dr Sandesh Gilani, MSP, a Scottish Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care and Sport. Good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Papers are coming your way very, very shortly. We've got Emily Carfer, John Mann with those after this short break.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel, Britain's
news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel, And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. It's 6:34. Let's bring you up to date on the latest headlines this morning.
The Queen will formally appoint Liz Truss as Prime Minister at Balmoral Castle this morning.
Liz Truss beat Rishi Sunak, getting 57% of the vote to become the next Conservative Party leader.
Cameron Norrie is out of the US Open after an unusually error-strewn performance in the fourth round. Norrie was the last British singles player standing and was looking to follow up his Wimbledon success, but lost in 3 sets to Andrew Rubley.
The Duchess of Sussex has given a keynote speech at the One Young World Summit in Manchester, her first address in the UK since quitting as a working royal more than 2 years ago. The couple are now expected to meet Invictus Games officials and competitors in Düsseldorf today, ahead of the Games next year.
Well, look, we're going to go through the newspapers now. We welcome a newbie to our ranks today, former Labour MP, now independent peer in the House of Lords. We welcome John Mann. Very good to see you, John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Very good. Don't mess it up, John. Big chance now.
It's the big breakthrough.
It's the big breakthrough. And also him is seasoned columnist at Conservative Home, Emily Carver. Very, very nice to see you. John, we're going to begin with you and the front page of the Mirror. It's quite a haunting picture, the metamorphoses of David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. The heading is Same Old Tories.
Which is kind of the Labour line, but it's kind of a bit of a cliche. And it's not what they're saying out there. The Conservative Party's problem is Boris stabbed in the back. That's the problem. That's what the voters are saying at the moment. And I think Liz Truss's biggest challenge is, can she overcome that? Can she demonstrate that it is more of the same? It is more of Boris. That would be a strength for her. But I think out there, and we had some people on earlier, out from the sticks, i.e. the Red Wall, away from London. And that's literally what they said. Literally what they said. Yeah. Stab Boris in the back. I'm hearing that a lot from the ordinary people out there, the people who voted Tory for the first time.
Yeah, and people who are going to miss his charisma, I guess. A lot of people saying Liz Truss is Boris, but just without the humour.
But the Mirror, that's not what they're saying. The Mirror is saying for 12 years, Conservative Prime Ministers have wrecked the economy, trashed public services, left millions worse off, and now we've got another one. That's their mantra today.
And the Labour Party will be saying, and this will always resonates after a while, time for change. It's the easiest political slogan. But, if things are not going well, that's the general mood. It's time for a change. We'll give the other lot a turn. I've heard that so many times. And so that mantra will continue. But if she's going to succeed, she needs to be seen to be kind of more of Boris, not an alternative to Boris.
Emily, the Times have said straight to business on their front page.
Just go on.
Well, I was going to kind of thread it in.
Sorry, right, yeah.
And I was just going to say that, it looks as though that is what she's going to do, because although she's very much campaigned on being a reformer and changing things up and, moving away from orthodoxy, it's expected very quickly she's going to do a huge bailout in the form of this energy freeze and actually govern as more of a centrist.
Yes, it is more of the same in that way. If freezing energy bills for someone who purports to be a free market radical of the Conservative Party, a classical liberal, goes against those principles. It simply does. One might argue that a more free market attempt to help people with their energy bills would be targeted support through the welfare system rather than trying to mess around with the price mechanism and freeze energy bills. We know that you can't freeze the cost of energy. You simply can't. This is just a subsidy
but you could
to
freeze,
those...
Emily, you could freeze the amount of profit the companies are taking from what they're charging.
Well, you could, Eamonn, but that would involve a huge... that would be a massive move against property rights. If as a business, you don't know whether the government at one point or another is going to go into your profits, take it out. It's also worth reminding viewers that the North Sea is already taxed far higher than any other industry in this country and already has a windfall tax on it. So there's only so much you can take out what needs to happen.
Emily,
but the price
excuse me, let me put this to you. How can you say that when there is an indecent amount of profit? There's profit and then there's profit. And they are making profit that they can't even handle so much. And I'm just saying, out of decency, surely we can come along and we can say to these energy companies, can you not see this is too far? Now, if you're not going to curb these profits, we are. I'm talking about profits. I'm not talking about anything else.
I understand how it looks to people who are struggling with their energy bills, and we've seen companies like British Gas seek to subsidise bills out of their profits, which I think is a good move. If they can afford it, let's do that. But let's remember that the energy companies weren't making a profit during the pandemic. They are now because of wholesale costs. What we need is more supply, and that will reduce the cost of energy bills. It's going to take some time, though.
Yeah, well, it's interesting times, and certainly a shift, I think, in tack from Liz Truss. And I think lots of questions would be how we can afford to do this, especially off the back of borrowing a huge amount during the pandemic.
100 billion, I think.
Well, I mean, it depends, I guess, on how long the freeze lasts. And she was some sort of, no one knows what her policy is going to look like yet. Expected to hear details on Thursday, but some suggestions it could go up until the next election, at which point, we're talking about billions, as you say, hundreds of billions. OK, let's look shall we, John, to continue this discussion, the front page of the FT. They're quoting it as 100 billion there. I mean, what's your sort of take on all of this? Do you think that we can afford this as a country?
That's 100 billion a year, and they're saying until the next election, so that's 200 billion.
Right.
Well, who's going to pay? Somebody's got to pay. Money doesn't come out of thin air. Is inflation going to spiral? So in reality, are we going to pay through inflation? Are we going to be paying through energy bills that are ever higher for the rest of our lives, and for some of us beyond our kids and grandchildren's lives? How is it going to be paid for? And if you compare us with other countries, what worries me more than anything, we paid more from borrowing under furlong, more than other countries. I didn't disagree with that, but more. If we pay more now, where do we go in terms of competition? What happens to our exports, etc.?
But what's the alternative? We let all the businesses go under? It's a difficult choice, but maybe that decision has to be taken.
I think the public's with Eamonn. The public's absolutely... I used to poll, when I was an MP, I used to poll the voters a lot, just to get their view in vast numbers to see. And I tell you, it would be, I think, virtually 100% for Eamonn's proposition why are the companies not paying out of their profits? And no one's going to understand if they see profits of British Gas or whoever going up. No one's going to understand that if inflation's going up, if we're borrowing, if it's on the never. So yes, I think everyone agrees there has to be action, but we have to be clear for how long and who's going to pay. And I think that there is a danger that we lose out in the long run.
Yeah, I think it's... if you ask the public, do you want your energy bills frozen, who would say no, unless you've thought through all the potential unintended consequences? And the problem is if you fund these things through further and further windfall taxes, we've seen in the past that impacts investment in oil and gas exploration, and that's unfortunately what we need. We need more and more...
fund them out of the public purse.
Well, that's exactly what Liz Truss is proposing, and to an extent what the Labour Party is too, because a further windfall tax would not be able to fund an energy price freeze for so long, which is the Labour Party is lying to us in that respect. So it would be the taxpayer that has to carry all the risk of changing wholesale costs. We don't know how high wholesale costs are going to go.
My mate's got a little cafe. He's invested his life savings in it. 17,000 up to 93,000 is his energy bill now. Well, he's just throwing the keys back. He's giving in because he can't do it. So why should he take the risk as an entrepreneur and not the energy companies who are making these record profits?
Well, I'll tell you what, Emily's just said there, we don't know how high wholesale prices are going to go. But, Emily, this is a Conservative regime that licks its lips at retrospective taxes, right? It loves a retrospective tax.
That is true, yes.
It loves revisiting, and it loves saying, oh, we could have taxed you more.
George
back then."
Osborne.
George Osborne, right, since those days. So why can't they look at an overall picture of energy companies over 3 or 4 years? You made profit, you didn't make profit, you made indecent profit. I sort of think these are the people that love retrospective taxes, but they're not putting their money where their mouth is on this. And I just think, give me a choice of hammering and sending people to the wall, heat or eat, or taxing energy companies, and I would be taxing energy companies every single time.
I get that, but they already are massively.
Well, just, I mean, on that whole discussion about, you know, how long this goes on for and how much it costs, I mean, she's just talking about people's businesses and talking about domestic bills. What about the huge services, the NHS, the schools? The bill's going to be bigger and bigger and bigger. And, you know, in terms of the debt to GDP, where does that leave us?
Well, I think what she's going to say is that the focus has to be twofold: on support for people's bills, but then also increase supply, because that fundamentally is the problem. And that's why I worry about messing with the price signals, because that's how you end up having, when the costs are high, that increases the likelihood of people trying to seek more supply so that they can make a buck.
How would you increase supply if it is what's his name there, Putin who's got his fingers on the taps and turning things on and off? Where do they increase that supply from?
Well, I'm hoping that Liz Truss, with her experience as Foreign Secretary, will be able to go around the world and essentially ask them to turn the taps on for us. And if it's not going to be Russia, it's going to have to be other regimes around the world, and also domestically to do our bit too. Because if we can help the war effort as well by fracking, because we're increasing supply.
And that probably will happen, but it doesn't happen immediately.
No.
So when you've got a price freeze and you've got supply constrained, are we looking at blackouts?
It might well be. I mean, France is certainly looking at blackouts because their nuclear plants are in an appalling state, apparently.
John, Liz Truss today, she'll be inaugurated, whatever. Is she really been handed a poison chalice, really, when you look at this? In other words, it's not this leader that's going to succeed, it will be the one that follows.
Well, that's what most people in Westminster think. You know, I speak to them every day, and they're not going to go public on it, Tory and Labour, but that's what they think. They think this is a real poison chalice. And people are behaving on that basis. They're making their judgments. You know, some are lining up for the next Tory leadership campaign. You know, but the expectations are low in Westminster. That's possibly an advantage for her, because if she proves to be, quote, strong, that might surprise people. But this could be their Corbyn moment, of course, for the Conservative Party. You know, they're in a loop, and you can't get out of that loop with the economy. And she ends up being the fall woman for it.
Yeah. We've got a story, Emily, front page of the Daily Telegraph, a political move that would be popular with party members and indeed MPs, and that is the appointment of a Deputy Prime Minister from Liz Truss. And who's the name being mentioned?
Penny Mordaunt, who of course did quite well in the leadership contest up until the last two were whittled down. She is considered to be, I think John would agree, more centrist than Liz Truss, so she would appeal to some of the party members and the wider public who were in favour of her. Many people at the time when she was still in the race, when Penny was still in the race, thought that she would be the one who could appeal to the broader public, to appeal to those who would normally vote Labour, to appeal to those Liberal Democrats. She's a bit of a soft Tory in that respect. So perhaps having her as the deputy would help, you know, garner votes at a general election, but we shall see. But she's quite a striking figure in Tory politics, so perhaps having her in a job would be a good idea.
It's interesting to see where Kemi Badenoch will appear as well, and any of the other contenders. Suella Braverman is expected to be Home Secretary, isn't she? I heard some suggestion that Kemi Badenoch might get Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Lots of speculation about...
Well, we were talking about that, John and I were talking about that in the green room, about Kemi Badenoch, talking about whether she's too inexperienced for a job like Education Secretary, whether a smaller role would suit her more.
What about Tom Tugendhat? Any ideas where he might pop up? All of the leadership contenders?
No, and Tom will pop up everywhere. every road I walk down, he seems to be there.
His first cabinet job, perhaps.
He will get into the cabinet. He'll get this security role. Whether it's a real role or not, We will see. But he certainly has manoeuvred his way in. And perhaps he'll be Deputy Prime Minister. He might be quite a wise choice. I suspect not. I think that would be a step too far. But that appointment of deputy is quite an important signal of where things are going. Penny Mordaunt would be a different kind of choice, certainly. And
you
she's
can't
more
rule
centrist.
Teresa Coffey out there. I mean, her and Liz Truss best mates.
But that's a big contrast. Teresa Coffey and Penny Mordaunt. That'll be a really good signal of where this government is going under Liz Truss.
Yeah.
So that would be one of the interesting things. I'd say the most interesting thing today in terms of the politics to look out for.
How interesting. Well, it's like how Keir Starmer has Angela Rayner as his deputy, which is a nice contrast for voters.
Well, Prescott to Blair worked, taking Prescott on his own, and a lot of people would be scratching their head. But as the antidote to Blair, trying to keep him occasionally in touch with a different kind of world, that worked very, very effectively. So if I was Liz Truss, I'd be looking for someone who isn't like me.
Interesting. Emily, just briefly, because we're going to head over to LA to talk more in detail about Meghan Markle's speech yesterday, but The Sun have got it on their front page.
Yes, Harry and Meghan took a train to Manchester, where Meghan delivered this speech to what was, I thought it was a children's charity that she was speaking at, but apparently there are rumours that people had to pay hundreds of pounds for tickets, but I don't know if that's been, if we know that for certain.
Perhaps the money went to the charity.
Anyway, she gave us seven...
Well, the thing is that the two top executives at the charity are paid nearly £700,000 a year between them.
Goodness me.
Where does that come from? They've got to be raising the revenue from somewhere.
It wouldn't pay for her outfit, though.
Right.
She was wearing a very, very expensive, beautiful Valentino blouse and trouser suit, which was very nice.
I don't think it's beautiful. I don't like her outfit. Not that that's relevant. I actually was more disappointed with her speech. And I say this because I go into these things really hoping that she's going to surprise me, and it ends up being a bit self-indulgent.
It was bad. It was all about me, Meghan. It really was. It really was. And Harry, he needs to learn to at least try and smile when his wife is on the stage. The camera went to him and he looked like he was about to burst into tears. I'm not exaggerating. I don't know if he likes all of this stuff very much. I think he'd prefer to be, I don't know, kicking a ball around in a park somewhere.
On a polo pony.
Or on a polo pony.
Emily Carver, we have to leave it there. John Mann, thank you both very much.
Thanks,
we'll have
guys.
more from you in the 7. And I think we'll do exactly as we promised and cross to LA and speak to Kinsey Schofield for more detail about all of this after, first of all, hearing a little snippet of that speech.
It is very nice to be back in the UK. And it is very nice to be back with all of you at One Young World. I'm so grateful to be in your company today. And what can we do? What can I do to make it better? I am thrilled that my husband is able to join me here this time.
So who has the lead role in this duo? Let's go to Kinsey Schofield now. So she's thrilled that her husband is able to join her. Who is, I mean, is she not only there because of her husband? I mean, who's the senior partner in all of this, if at all, Kinsey?
Well, I did think that was interesting that she paused for applause when she mentioned him, as if she was acknowledging that he really is the reason she is there and has this platform. But she constantly tries to change history and to change the narrative. She had a publicist and a manager that actually reached out to this company, Tom Bauer says, in 2014 and pitched her to them. But the way she explained it in her speech was that they reached out to her and she was just the girl from Suits. So it's amazing how she acts as if all of this just fell in her lap and people are, rushing to her because they see so much value in her, when the reality is Meghan is a hustler. She's always been a hustler. And, yesterday we saw that she continues to be a hustler.
During that 7-minute speech, we again heard a sort of description of her career, how she, as you say, she was just a girl in suits, but how she had this imposter syndrome sitting with all these important people, and she was just little old Meghan. And I just wanted to hear her talking about the great work the charity does, what she hopes for their future, how she's going to be mucking in, or whatever else, what the charity needs, something inspirational. But I didn't really want to hear. I just think she needs to find better scriptwriters.
Oh, Isabel, you and I love you, girlfriend. No, I completely agree with you. And it was supposed to be about equality, this speech. And the irony that when Meghan Markle is supposed to be giving a speech on equality, the UK, you're seeing your third female prime minister. It's like, oh, we got it. We get this. But I didn't hear anything about equality whatsoever. I just heard Meghan talking about Meghan. And you're absolutely right. There should have been a focus on spotlighting individuals in the audience that had done unique things. She didn't challenge anybody. How are you using social media to cultivate an audience that wants to change the world? There were so many different routes she could have taken, but it seems like she's so fixated on her brand and what people think about her and how to control the narrative that she misses huge opportunities to really be this change maker, this thought leader that both Harry and Meghan want us to think that they are.
It's really disturbing to me, very confusing. And I just read many different reports on this. So she's fronting a charity, a summit about equality and poverty. And she just doesn't get it. She's in a £2,500 trouser suit as a result of that. Now, equality and poverty and levelling up. And just I hear these reports all the time. I just want to know what this charity is, because people attending the One Young World Summit are paying £1,000 a day. I thought to myself, well, it couldn't be £1,000 a day. It must be £1,000 for 3 days or so. But £1,000 a day to attend, yes, it's £1,000 a day to attend a 3-day event, which does not include the cost of travelling to Manchester or accommodation. So who's attending this? Who's got, by the time you pay travel, by the time you pay accommodation? What the heck is this charity? I really genuinely am missing the whole point of where the poverty and where the equality front is in all of this.
Well, I have not confirmed it yet, but circulating on social media, there was a casting call for seat fillers. So we'll have to see if that's true or not, ladies and gentlemen, because I could tell you right now, I don't have $1,000 to sit in a seat to see them speak. And, you know, you're seeing stories about Harry Styles fans unable to pay their rent and put food on their table because they're paying $700 and £700 to see Harry Styles. So I highly doubt that people were paying that much money to actually sit there and to participate in this event.
Right. Kinsey, thank you very much indeed. So many questions. If you can provide any of the answers to any things we've been talking about, please do let us know. Tweet us at GB News, email us gbviews@gbnews.uk. Kinsey, we've got to leave it there. Big day here in Britain. We've got one Prime Minister leaving, a new one being inaugurated today. That is the big story. We're going to be live from Downing Street. Remember Boris Johnson and his farewell speech in half an hour's time. We will bring it to you live here on GB Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours. Hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So Again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio,
And online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Liz Truss prepares to become Britain's 56th Prime Minister as Boris Johnson's time in Downing Street comes to an end today.
And we'll be hearing from Boris Johnson live in half an hour's time. You can watch it here on GB News. He'll be making a speech from the front door of Downing Street today. So it's a day of history. At the time just after 7 o'clock, Tuesday, the 6th of September.
Yeah, this is Breakfast. You're watching and listening to it on GB News with Eamonn, Holmes and Isabel Webster. Here's what's leading our news this morning.
Liz Truss will travel to Balmoral today, where she will be confirmed as Britain's next Prime Minister.
We'll have political reaction from across the country ahead of that historic meeting with the Queen, and we'll be hearing from historian David Starkey, as well as the royal editor, Katie Nicholl.
So just under half an hour to go before Boris Johnson's farewell speech from Downing Street, 7:30. Mark that one, be here for that.
And it comes after several high-profile Conservative Party figures announced they're now stepping down in the wake of yesterday's result, including the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, and the Culture Secretary, Nadine Dorries.
Meghan Markle made her first speech in Britain in 2 years yesterday. She was met with boos as she arrived at the event in Manchester.
And as ever, you can join in any of the discussions. Email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
OK, the new Conservative leader, Liz Truss, will travel to Balmoral today in Scotland, where she will be formally appointed as PM.
Yes, Boris Johnson will join her in Scotland to formally tender his resignation to Her Majesty, allowing his successor to then begin the process of forming a government.
Well, our reporter Ellie Costello sent us this report of how yesterday's announcement unfolded.
Liz Truss is the new Conservative Party leader. She's the former Remainer now voted in by Leavers, a former Lib Dem who now personifies the Tory right. And compared to young gun Rishi Sunak, she's been in cabinet for 8 years. She was elected by less than 1% of the UK population, by the 160,000 or so Conservative Party members who've been voting by post or online. Team Truss were confident they'd done enough to win, and they were right. Rishi Sunak received 60,399 votes. Liz Truss won with 81,326 votes. Rishi Sunak tweeted shortly after the results, "Thank you to everyone who voted for me in this campaign. I've said throughout that the Conservatives are one family. It's right that we now unite behind the new PM, Liz Truss, as she steers the country through difficult times." Today, Boris Johnson travels to Balmoral to formally tender his resignation to the Queen. Liz Truss will also travel to Balmoral today too, and when Boris Johnson leaves, she will be formally invited by Her Majesty to form a government. Whilst most political leaders have a honeymoon period, Liz Truss will stand in the face of a hurricane. The new PM inherits a flagging economy, with inflation at a 40-year high. The Labour Party argues that people are desperate for help and need to know specifics.
She's not on the side of working people. So she needs to deal with the cost of living crisis, she needs to deal with the fact the NHS is on its knees, and she needs to deal with the collapse of law and order. And there can be no justification for not freezing energy prices. There's a political consensus that needs to happen. She needs to answer the question, how's she going to pay for that? Labour have been clear, it needs to be a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. So she needs to show that she actually understands and can meet the challenges that are there after 12 years of failure of this Tory government.
For Liz Truss, her focus now will be turning policies into action. She's won over the Conservative Party, now she must win over the British public.
And we will deliver a great victory for the Conservative Party in 2024. Thank you.
Now a nation in turmoil watches and waits to see if Liz Truss can deliver on her promises. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Well, it's going to be a very fast-paced moving day. Let's go to Downing Street. Our political correspondent Tom Harwood there for us this morning. And you've already seen some famous faces going in, inside and out at that door this morning. Tell us more.
Absolutely, a whole host. In fact, just about 12 seconds ago, we just missed it. Rachel Johnson walked in side by side. Nadine Dorries, two, of course, close allies of the Prime Minister. One, not an MP, but indeed his sister, walking in the front door of number 10 there. But we've also seen a number of cabinet ministers. First, Andrew Stevenson, the chairman of the Conservative Party, came up the street, drove up the street and walked in the front door, followed by the Cabinet Office Minister Michael Ellis. We've seen Grant Shapps walk up the main street and through that front door as well, although it has to be said that some of these ministerial cars are now stopping, rolling right up to the door, and they're going in the back way because we have seen the podium has made an appearance here on Downing Street. There have been sound tests. It all feels like things are getting very urgent and are starting to happen. Of course, we're expecting the Prime Minister to speak at 1:30. But yes, not only cabinet ministers coming into the main building, number 10 Downing Street, but over at number 9 Downing Street, there is a host of Conservative MPs, a gaggle being organised by the Chief Whip, Chris Heaton-Harris, who are standing outside the front door of number 9 Downing Street, no doubt being supportive of Boris Johnson to stand as a backdrop for his last speech in number 10. Many of them look to be 2019 intake MPs who, of course, owe their seats to the success of Boris Johnson's 2019 election victory, and others Boris loyalists we have seen as well. They've been queuing up and coming into Downing Street over the past 10 minutes or so. It feels like there's a lot more energy on this street, and we'll keep you abreast of everything that happens in the run-up to Boris Johnson's final speech as Prime Minister.
OK, we'll hold you to it, Tom. We'll be back with you just as soon as there is any more Cabinet action or indeed any more Johnsons appearing outside the front door.
So you keep an eye on not only the front door but the back door action as well there, Tom. Thank you very much indeed. Kat Neelan is in the studio now. She's the senior UK political editor of The Insider. What's your take on how events will go today?
Well, I think it was very interesting that we've already seen a couple of people sort of make their own jumps rather than being pushed last night. We saw Priti Patel resign and talk of Nadine Dorries following her.
Well, I can understand why Priti Patel tendered her resignation, because presumably she knew she was toast. But do you think Nadine Dorries wouldn't have stayed? Because she was a loyalist for Truss throughout the campaign.
It was a surprise. At the weekend papers, we saw her being named as one of the top names around the table. But there is talk that she's going to get a peerage. So perhaps she sees a sort of different route back in longer term.
But also there's this idea that because... we're going back to Tom.
OK, quickly back to Downing Street for...
Somebody's come in the front door or the back, Tom. Tell us which.
Right, we can see, gosh, you can see the crowds. That is looking down the street towards Whitehall and
into the back door of number 10. But this is a host of Tory MPs standing outside number 9. But yes, Jacob Rees-Mogg walking with a big red briefcase, his red box, of course, his ministerial red box. He walked in through the back door of number 10. It seems like it's a bit haphazard as to who walks in the front door, who walks in the back door. Maybe that diktat hasn't gone out very clearly. But yes, outside number 9 Downing Street, here we can see a whole host of MPs, many of them 2019 intake MPs. They will no doubt walk a little bit closer to us when Boris Johnson makes his final speech and sort of be a supportive crowd there for him. Of course, he's due to speak in just 20 minutes' time.
Tom,
but I suppose what we were saying there, Kat, was that who comes and goes in Cabinet, maybe because of the lack of support or the need to involve Rishi Sunak supporters, she's got to have people that will make way.
Yes, potentially. I mean, Nadine Dorries and Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's just gone in, were among the most vociferous supporters of Liz Truss from the get-go. So it is a surprise that Nadine Dorries has gone. But I think the question, as you say now, is she looking to appease former Boris supporters, i.e. the Tory members who've just voted her in, or is she looking to try and build bridges within the Commons, within the parliamentary party? And I think obviously that is where she's going to need the most support initially to get through this kind of difficult period going into the winter. So I think, you know, she might try and sort of give some olive branches out to Rishi supporters. I think it's unlikely that Rishi himself will get in the cabinet, but not impossible. And of course there is talk of Penny Mordaunt returning, who was in the final 3 up against Liz Truss.
Yes, and perhaps in the form of Deputy Prime Minister. And there was some discussion...
Culture Secretary.
Culture Secretary, you're suggesting?
Well, that's one of the reports
the same DPM. OK, so Culture Secretary would be very interesting because she was quite strong on her views on transgender and many others, and seen as sort of
they had quite fallings out.
Conservative.
Yes.
And that, I suppose, would give quite an open, extending arm then to some of the wing, you know, of the party that perhaps Liz Truss has alienated throughout all
this. It would certainly suggest that there is a change in tone away from some of the culture warrior type things that we've seen. Although I gather that Kemi Badenoch is also a sort of in the running for that role. Okay. But if she goes into trade, that's again less of a sort of opportunity there for the sort of culture warrior muscles to be flexed. So, you know, look, it's a mug's game trying to guess who's going to be in and who's going to be out in a reshuffle. I've seen Therese Coffey, one of Liz Truss's closest friends, linked with about 3 or 4 different roles already.
These are live pictures coming in from Downing Street. Jacob Rees-Mogg there.
Actually looks like his son with him as well. I can't know, someone who look alike with him going in as well.
Well, the thing is, Kat, would that be him going in for good news or bad news?
Well, often you can read quite a lot into whether they're going in the front door. Going in the front door normally means a promotion, going in the back door normally means a demotion. But we've been hearing that Jacob Rees-Mogg is potentially going to be business secretary. That would be a promotion up to cabinet level from where he is at the minute, which is the Brexit Opportunities Minister. So as you sort of said earlier, you know, with Rachel Johnson going in the front door, it's quite haphazard at the minute. It doesn't seem like you're necessarily able to read the tea leaves in the way that you are usually.
Well, there's a lot going on. The big personality in the form of Boris Johnson still got to get out that front door.
And hope the weather holds for it.
Yeah, and there is an appreciation committee there gathering in Downing
Well, I tell you,
Street
the way I see this playing out is the sun's going to shine for Boris Johnson's departure speech, and I think it's going to pour for Liz Johnson's Truss's this afternoon. And there's some suggestion that it will be held indoors in that new indoor. What's the technical term for the indoor?
Oh, the press room.
The press room that they built there instead of outside on the steps, which would be, again, another break with tradition. But anyway.
What we're going to do now is we're going to head to Uxbridge. Uxbridge is Boris Johnson's constituency. Alice Porter there for us, and she's going to give us the mood from there. Alice, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, well, I've been here so many times over the last few months trying to get a feel for how people in Boris Johnson's constituency feel in reaction to Partygate, to issues with Owen Paterson. And I have to say, it's always struck me that there is a degree of loyalty from a lot of people in his constituency. It's a very safe Tory seat ever since it was first created in 2010. So there's a lot of people who are very loyal to him here. But there's also been, as I would say, as many people here who have also been very frustrated
Just have the picture up. Wheel commentator. Oh, we were just talking about what we're going to do. I didn't hear what Alice was going to say there, but Alice, sorry, you stopped there, but we were talking about events at Downing Street, so forgive me. Back to you, Alice.
No, in fact, we're going to the latest, in fact, the live pictures. This is the group of MPs who've been gathering towards the sort of Whitehall entrance, the front entrance, if you will, of Downing Street, making their way forward because, as we know, in 15 minutes' time, Boris Johnson will be making that farewell speech. It's interesting because, of course, there were those, well, it was an avalanche, wasn't it, of resignations, 60 ministerial resignations before he decided to tender his resignation, stand down as Prime Minister. So none of those faces I can see there this morning, perhaps unsurprisingly. But we also heard just a few moments ago from Tom Harwood that his sister Rachel Johnson had also been seen making her way.
What's she getting on the bandwagon for?
Well, she's waving her
she's getting her
brother
picture
off,
for history.
I'd imagine. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
she's
she's there with her niece
cemented
and nephew,
in
Wilf
history.
and Romy, and there with Carrie as they come
Don't
out
see what it's got to
in
do
the
with
next
her.
few moments as well.
Anyway, it's interesting, Kat. I wonder inside Downing Street, we're 15 minutes before Boris Johnson speaks, but I wonder, does he get a breakfast and things? Do they have a kitchen in there? I mean, you've got to think of these things. Would he be able to go down? Would there be a canteen? Would there be a kitchen? Would they feed him before he goes, then say bye-bye? Hope you enjoyed that.
You would have thought so. I mean, whenever I've been in, I've not gone to the kitchen. I've gone in, it's lovely, sort of bright yellow walls, and then you go up and there's beautiful paintings everywhere. It's a fantastic place to be, obviously. You know, it's quite an exciting place to be. But yes, as we can see, you know, the MPs standing there. Now, I mean, obviously, this is not dissimilar to what happened the day that
I wonder,
he
will
resigned.
Theresa May be there?
I shouldn't think so.
Neither should I.
I shouldn't think so. But there are several supporters there, and I think it's looking rather more busy than it was on the day that he resigned. So a lot more supporters this time. And, of course, yesterday when Liz Truss talked about her friend Boris Johnson, he got the biggest applause of the day. There is a certain degree of seller's remorse, shall we say.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of MPs there that do regret his departure. They know that Liz Truss is going to be a harder sell to the wider public. And especially with the direction of travel where, you know, she's been talking about tax cutting.
I wonder
how
how Boris Johnson will choose to leave. I always remember how sad it was when Gordon Brown left with his wife and his two children, and he walks down the street. But I think Boris Johnson being Boris Johnson, it'll be more theatrical, it'll be more euphoric, I would have thought. I can't see him moping and dropping his head.
No, I think he'll probably make light of the whole thing and probably leave us with some kind of hint that he'll be back, as he did when he spoke
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah. No tears a la Theresa May, I suspect.
What we want to do is we want to go to Tom Harwood, our man who's just there, part of the whole build-up and analysing things for us as to what's going on and who is gathering there and how he sees it. Tom.
You speak a little bit earlier, wondering who is here, who isn't here, asking whether Theresa May might have turned up. But I can decidedly say that no, the former Prime Minister Theresa May is not part of this group of Conservative MPs who've turned up to wish Boris Johnson well as he makes his final speech in Downing Street. But there was a smaller group of Conservative MPs who were here for his resignation speech those 2 months ago. This is a decidedly larger group of Conservative MPs who have gathered for his final speech as Prime Minister, which may well speak to his standing perhaps growing from where it was those 2 months ago. Of course, we have seen some polling to indicate that Conservatives might be feeling a little bit of regret. Boris Johnson regret there. We saw one poll that showed if were he a candidate in this leadership race, he would have done really quite well, beating out both Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. But certainly a large group of Conservative MPs, we can see some special advisors as well, have been walking across the street just by number 12 Downing Street. On the other side are people who have been working in number 10, political staff there as well. Less well known to people at home, but certainly very key to running the country. Interestingly, there are now the cabinet walking out here. Rachel Johnson actually walking out there as well. I think we can show you that picture there. Rachel Johnson standing there next to Nadine Dorries, there at the front of that group. And if we swing the camera around back to the right, we can see many members of the cabinet. Michael Ellis on the right, Andrew Stevenson, Alistair Jack, Grant Shapps, John Whittingdale is actually standing there as well, as along with Alok Sharma. Chris Heaton-Harris has just been waving to me, the Chief Whip. He's next to Sir Edward Lee. There is a large group of Conservatives. Jacob Rees-Mogg has just popped out with his son, actually, as well, there on the right. If we can swing around, yes, you can just see him there in the right of the picture. So a mix here, not only MPs, cabinet ministers, but also some family, of course. Jacob Rees-Mogg's son there, I think that's his oldest son standing next to him, and of course Rachel Johnson standing at the front of the crowd as well. It's a big hodgepodge of people, but certainly a very large crowd turning out for Boris Johnson's final speech. Much larger than the small group of MPs who came out to support him when he made his resignation statement.
Tom, you know what's so interesting about these farewell speeches? We've got used to them, haven't we? How many have we had? This is the fourth Prime Minister in 6 years. Famously, Theresa May, her voice cracked, didn't it, when she said it would have been the honour of her life to serve the country she loved, and she burst into tears or tried to control it. Whereas David Cameron was criticised by some for appearing to hum under his breath as he walked back through the doors, as if he had the weight of the world lifted off his shoulders. How do you think Boris Johnson will appear, given his hasta la vista throwaway comment in his last PMQs? He's going to come out all guns blazing this morning, isn't he?
Yes, it's hard to judge, but I think it would be reasonable to suggest that it may well be more Cameroonian than Mayite in its attitude, I suppose, because we saw David Cameron famously go do. That was the phrase that he muttered under his breath, clearly forgetting that his microphone was still on. And Theresa May saying, "The country that I love," almost showing the emotion that she couldn't really show during that ill-fated 2017 general election campaign. Really fascinating to see at that moment, that quite raw moment, when you leave such a powerful job, when you are suddenly more vulnerable perhaps than you have been for your time in office. And something very human is shown about those individuals, about those prime ministers, when they make that final step back inside number 10. So yes, it will be fascinating to watch not just the words of Boris Johnson, not what just he says in just 5 or so minutes time, but also how he reacts and his body language, and perhaps even the hum that he might make if he follows the words, if he follows the example of David Cameron. It does seem like there is a lot of excitement on this street, though. There is a genuine hubbub from MPs gathered just to the right of Downing Street and over to the left from political staff inside number 10 as well. They're gathered over by the door to number 11 and number 12. But yes, very busy street, lots of anticipation, lots of Tory MPs nodding along and waiting to see what Boris Johnson will say, how he will define his very legacy.
Tom, just to outline to our listening and viewing audience as well, Boris Johnson, 7 minutes away from him taking to that podium and walking away from Downing Street. When will we see Liz Truss walking into Downing Street, just to outline to people when she will speak today?
Yes, well, there's a bit of complication here because, of course, ordinarily, in order to become Prime Minister, you'd just travel down the road a couple of minutes to Buckingham Palace to kiss the hand of the Queen, and it would be a rather quick succession. Today, however, things are a little bit different. They need to fly hundreds of miles to see the Queen in Balmoral, which means that Boris Johnson will be getting a flight pretty quickly after his speech this morning. He'll have to tender his resignation in person to the Queen at Balmoral Castle. Then Liz Truss sequentially immediately sees the Queen, kisses the hand of the Queen, becomes Prime Minister. She then has to fly back to London to come in to this street and speak to just seeing the door to number 10 open there, but not yet Boris Johnson coming. But yes, no, so Liz Truss will have to fly all the way back to London. We're looking well after lunchtime. We're looking into the afternoon for when Liz Truss will make her first speech as Prime Minister. We'll keep our... Oh, there's now shuffling of Tory MPs, advancing, moving forward here. It is a really large band of them, but yes, moving ever closer to that podium, making that strong background for Boris Johnson as he makes his final speech. It's interesting to see, actually, a number of these Conservative MPs getting out their phones and taking photos of this momentous moment, of this day that I suppose doesn't come around all that often. Perhaps it's come around a little bit too often over the last 6 years. As you rightly say, 4 Prime Ministers now in these 6 years. It's a record of churn, really, for the last few years, and perhaps that is commensurate with the enormous and seismic events that the country has faced. Of course, not only the rupture of Brexit, the hung parliament, but then COVID and now war in Europe. It has been a decade of crises that have been faced, and perhaps it's no wonder that our politics has followed that crisis with a quite bumpy ride. But yes, Conservative MPs now really rather close to us and standing ready for Boris Johnson. This can only mean that they think it's a very short amount of time now for the Prime Minister to come out, stand at that podium for the last time and say his farewell to the nation.
So, Tom, we're now, just to make it clear to our audience, we're 4 minutes away from the Prime Minister and the last time you will hear Boris Johnson formally address the country as Prime Minister outside Downing Street. So we reckon just, well, 3.5 minutes before that happens.
Yes, and interesting, Tom, we can expect, I assume, to see the little Johnsons this morning. It's always something, I think, a human element to when a changeover of Prime Ministers takes place. You get to see the little ones that have been residing above that famous door. So we possibly might get a glimpse of little 8-month-old Romy, who, of course, was born whilst he was in office at number 10, and also 2-year-old Wilf. And they'll be replaced by children as well, in the form of Liz Truss's daughters, 13 and 16 years old, reportedly very excited about their new address, Tom.
Yes, it's interesting. If we think back to the 2010 general election, when Gordon Brown made his farewell speech a few days after that election, when it became clear that he couldn't form the next government, we saw a more human side to Gordon Brown, something that we hadn't seen from him across that general election campaign, and of course his 2 young children. They walked out of the streets, his wife Sarah Brown as well, all holding hands, walking away from Downing Street for the last time. It's interesting, though, the way that Carrie Johnson Johnson has been quite protective of the identity of her two children with Boris Johnson. We have seen plenty of photographs of, for example, Wilf, but only from the back of his head. Whenever Carrie Johnson shares a picture on her Instagram feed on social media, we never see the children's faces. So I do wonder whether we will actually see the faces of the two Johnson children, of Carrie and Boris's children today, or whether they will want to continue providing them with the privacy that they have up until this point. We know that Carrie Johnson has been guarding that privacy very, very fiercely over the last few years. It's interesting to note that she did actually post a comment on her Instagram feed yesterday, Carrie Johnson this is, talking about what a wonderful start in life it has been for her two children, saying that they may not remember growing up in Downing Street, but what a remarkable time it has been. She shared a photograph of the four of them, her husband as well, walking in through the door of Downing Street, but of course only seeing the back of the boys' faces, as has become so common when we see these sort of photographs. So yes, no definitive answer as to whether we'll see the whole Johnson clan outside the front door in just a few minutes' time, but plenty of precedent to suggest that that might be something they've considered.
I wonder, will we see tears, Tom? I wonder, I'm just looking there, you know, big supporters like Nadine Dorries, who was a very loyal foot soldier, his sister there as well, Rachel Johnson. But obviously all of this has been well choreographed, the pictures will look good. It's very important that the moment is captured, because we're 30 seconds or so away, if timings hold, from history, from the resignation speech, from the last time you will hear Boris Johnson speak after serving 1,139 days as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And names that you see there in the
plenty
cabinet.
of names in terms of the MPs that are lined up there, many of them fierce supporters of the Prime Minister, people you'd expect, as you mentioned, people like Nadine Dorries, who you think possibly could shed a tear or two, if not in front of the cameras, but perhaps presumably there will be some sort of farewell do for him.
I think there will be tears.
You think there'll be tears?
I do.
Yeah.
I think there will be. I think there will be. And, you know, people, I mean, this guy, not just a Prime Minister, whatever you think of him, I mean, he is a personality. And, you know,
Here we go. The door's open. There's Prime Minister Boris Johnson, accompanied by his wife. Let's have a listen to what he has to say. Live on
GB. Thank you. Well, this is it, folks. Thank you, everybody, for coming out so early this morning. In only a couple of hours, I will be in Balmoral to see Her Majesty the Queen. And the torch will finally be passed to a new Conservative leader. The baton will be handed over in what has unexpectedly turned out to be a relay race. They changed the rules halfway through, but never mind that now. And through that lacquered black door, a new Prime Minister will shortly go to meet a fantastic group of public servants. The people who got Brexit done, the people who delivered the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, and never forget, 70% of the entire population got a dose within 6 months, faster than any comparable country. That is government for you. That's this Conservative government. People who organised those prompt early supplies of weapons to the heroic Ukrainian armed forces, an action that may very well have helped change the course of the biggest European war for 80 years. And because of the speed and urgency of what you did, everybody involved in this government, to get this economy moving again from July last year, in spite of all the opposition, all the naysayers, we have and will continue to have that economic strength to give people the cash they need to get through this energy crisis that has been caused by Putin's vicious war. And I know that Liz, Truss, and this compassionate Conservative government will do everything we can to get people through this crisis, and this country will endure it, and we will win. And if Putin thinks that he can succeed by blackmailing or bullying the British people, then he is utterly deluded. And the reason we will have those funds now and in the future is because we Conservatives understand the vital symmetry between government action and free market, capitalist, private sector enterprise. We're delivering on those huge manifesto commitments, making streets safer, neighbourhood crime down 38% in the last 3 years, 13,790 more police on the streets, building more hospitals, and yes, we will have 50,000 more nurses by the end of the decade, and 40 more hospitals by the end of 50,000 nurses by the end of this Parliament, I should say. 40 new hospitals by the end of the decade. Putting record funding into our schools and into teachers' pay, giving everybody over 18 a lifetime skills guarantee so they can keep upskilling throughout their lives. 3 new high-speed rail lines, 3, including Northern Powerhouse Rail. Colossal road programs from the Pennines to Cornwall. The rollout of gigabit broadband up over the last 3 years, I am proud to say, since you were kind enough to elect me, from 7% of our country's premises having gigabit broadband to 70% today. And we are, of course, providing the short and the long-term solutions for our energy needs, and not just using more of our own domestic hydrocarbons, but going up by 2030 to 50 gigawatts of wind power. That is half this country's electricity needs from offshore wind alone. A new nuclear reactor every year. And looking at what is happening in this country, the changes that are taking place, that is why private sector investment is flooding in. More private sector, more venture capital investment than China itself. More billion-pound tech companies sprouting here in the UK than in France, Germany and Israel combined. And as a result, unemployment, as I leave office, unemployment down to lows not seen since I was about 10 years old and bouncing around on a space hopper, my friends. And on the subject of bouncing around in future careers, let me say that I am now like one of those booster rockets that has fulfilled its function, and I will now be gently re-entering the atmosphere and splashing down invisibly in some remote and obscure corner of the Pacific. And like Cincinnatus, I am returning to my plough. And I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. This is, I'll tell you why, this is a tough time for the economy. This is a tough time for families up and down the country. We can and we will get through it, and we will come out stronger the other side. But I say to my fellow Conservatives, it's time for politics to be over, folks. It's time for us all to get behind Liz Truss and her team and her programme and deliver for the people of this country. Because that is what the people of this country want, that's what they need, and that's what they deserve. I'm proud to have discharged the promises I made to my party when you were kind enough to choose me, winning the biggest majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979, delivering Brexit, delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care, helping people up and down the country, ensuring that Britain is once again standing tall in the world, speaking with clarity and authority from Ukraine to the AUKUS pact with America and Australia, because we are one whole and entire united kingdom whose diplomats, security services and armed forces are so globally admired. And by the way, as I leave, I believe our union is so strong that those who want to break it up, they'll keep trying, but they will never, ever succeed. Thank you to everybody behind me in this building. Thank you to all of you in government. Thank you to everybody who's helped look after me and my family over the last 3 years, including Dylan, the dog. And I just say to my party, if Dylan and Larry can put behind them their occasional difficulties, then so can the Conservative Party. Above all, thanks to you, the British people, to the voters for giving me the chance to serve. All of you who worked so tirelessly together to beat COVID, to put us where we are today. Together, we have laid foundations that will stand the test of time, whether by taking back control of our laws or putting in vital new infrastructure. Great, solid masonry on which we will continue to build together, paving the path of prosperity now and for future generations. And I will be supporting Liz Truss and the new government every step of the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.
Evening speech from Downing Street. Our political commentator Tom Harwood is there as Boris Johnson, with his wife Carrie, makes his way down and thanks those members of staff, those politicians, those MPs. We're all gathered there, Tom, including yourself.
Yes, we are gathered. I'm just standing about 2 metres away from the Prime Minister as he shakes the hand and indeed his wife Carrie Johnson hugs so many members of Boris Johnson's cabinet. You can see them walking through the throngs of supportive MPs and indeed some peers. Zach Goldsmith there, of course, member of the House of Lords, in that group, in that throng as well. Very supportive throughout Boris Johnson's final speech as Prime Minister, which to some extent sounded like a campaigning speech, talking of the successes of his government and full of all of those old Borisian metaphors that we've become to know so well, the space hoppers, the booster rockets. Everything about it was Boris Johnson to a T, and there he is, finally stepping in to that government car, that government Range Rover, and driving out of Downing Street with his wife Carrie Johnson, leaving for the last time, applauded by a throng of supportive Conservative MPs, cabinet ministers, peers, and indeed political staff from Number 10 as well. This is the end of Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. He said there in his speech that he would disappear into some obscure corner of the Pacific like a rocket booster falling away, having done its job. I wonder how much more we will see of Boris Johnson. Somehow I suspect it's not the last we will hear from this titanic figure in our politics.
Thank you very much indeed for all of that. Let's bring Kat Nealon, who's been sat in the studio with us watching that speech as we have. Really interesting to see his style there, characteristically ebullient, none of the emotions of Theresa May or indeed Gordon Brown, as we've been discussing this morning.
David Cameron.
And all the usual kind of Boris comments, things like Cincinnatus, I'm returning to my plough, as Tom was just referencing, leaving like a booster rocket gently splashing down in a remote corner of the Pacific. What does he mean by these sorts of comments?
I mean, it's classic Boris, isn't it? You know, we heard some of the greatest hits, some of which might have been slightly massaged facts, and a little dig at the manner of his leaving.
This was him saying it turned out to be a relay race, but they changed the rules.
They changed the rules.
Through.
Yes, it's not quite as vicious as when the herd moves, it moves. But you know that there was a clear dig there at some of his ousters. But yes, it was chalk and cheese from when Theresa May left. Really emotional, and I think even the people that kind of wanted her out at the end, probably there was a bit of a sort of, you know, human response to her tears there. This was classic Boris, you know. He is saying he's going away. No one believes that he's actually not going to come back at some point. And I was reminded at the weekend that, of course, his great idol, Winston Churchill, of course, served more than once. So, you know, if he is going to be trying to emulate Winston Churchill to the end, then maybe in a few years' time we'll see him come back.
Well, I'm thinking ahead 7 hours or so to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Liz Truss has got to follow that.
Mm. Yes, I mean, look, Boris Johnson's not the longest-serving Prime Minister, but I think he leaves one of the largest sort of shadows over that role for many years. You know, I think his impact will be akin to Thatcher and Blair in terms of members of his party trying to position themselves against him or like him. You know, how do you define yourself after Boris Johnson? You're going to define yourself in relation to him, and whether that's continuity or whether that's, more of a tax cutting or whatever, it will all be through the prism of not Boris Johnson.
Yeah, look, he certainly said he was going to get behind Liz Truss and said that we should do the same and that people should get behind her programme. We're going to miss him in sense of his dynamism in front of a camera. Like him or loathe him in terms of politics, he can keep your attention, he's entertaining, and he couldn't be, and you're talking about chalk and cheese, very different orator to Liz Truss.
Yes, I mean, Liz Truss repeatedly throughout the campaign said she wasn't the most polished at delivery, and that was, I think, a bit of a dig at Rishi Sunak being the more polished candidate. But it definitely serves as a reminder that when we're missing Boris Johnson, who wasn't polished but very full of character and always quick with a whip. Quick with the wit, and making comments about Dylan and Larry, funny to the end. Some people have that natural charm and charisma. Unfortunately, Liz Truss doesn't.
Okay. Kat, really appreciate that. Thank you, Kat's the political editor at The Insider. Thank you very much indeed. With the time at 7:43, we will take a break, getting lots more reaction throughout the programme as to what Boris Johnson said in his farewell speech and what happens next. The paper review right after this. Here's the weather.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours, hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too, once more across the far northeast. And we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most of this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Well, welcome back. It's only 10 to 8, but it's been a very eventful morning already. If you're just joining us, we have just heard final words from outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson on the doorstep of number 10, outlining his record with a couple of digs thrown in and a couple of classic Boris Johnson isms as well. And we're expecting lots more set-piece events throughout the course of the day, so stay tuned our way throughout all of this. But for now, we're going to get some reaction to that speech and also take a look at our front pages with the former Labour MP, now independent peer in the House of Lords, John Mann, and the columnist at Conservative Home, Emily Carver. You're looking at me like I need to pause for breath.
Yeah, I do. John, basically, it was a moment of history there as outgoing speeches go. What did you make of what you saw? We were saying that it was devoid of the emotion that was there with Cameron, was there with Blair, that was there with Brown, was there with Theresa May.
It was classic Boris.
Yeah.
Boris reminding all those Conservative MPs that the red wall voters, the new Tory voters, they didn't vote Conservative, they voted Boris Johnson. And he's going. Though Tom's description of Titanic, I've got a certain tune now playing in my head, and this image of Carrie doing her Kate Winslet impersonation, landing in the Pacific. One imagines, though, that Boris will come swimming up, and whether Liz Truss actually welcomes that when he does, who knows? And why didn't Jacob get a kiss? I mean, she kissed everyone apart from Jacob Rees-Mogg. Is there some hidden meaning there, or is this...
Oh, didn't see that. Didn't see that.
What are you suggesting? They're having some mad affair?
No.
The opposite.
She
They
can't be
hate
seen
each
to kiss
other.
him.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I love getting all of that analysis. I'm always a bit disappointed we didn't get to see the faces of Wilf and Romy. I think just as a mum, I always like to see the kids. I don't know if anyone else shares that view.
No.
What do you make of it all? I mean, you couldn't care less. Just
Couldn't
me then.
care less.
I like to see the kids.
For all Boris's flaws, I do think his speeches are morale boosting sometimes.
I agree.
And I do think a little reminder of the successes the government under his leadership did have. OK, we've heard him bang on about the vaccine rollout 1,000,001 times. But it is true, it was a success compared to some of the nations on the continent, at least. So it was a nice speech, a few digs, as you mentioned, but some positivity, and he's passed on the baton to Liz Truss, and it all seemed very nice.
But that's the thing, it all
Very
seemed
nice and
very
friendly.
nice. He's passed on the baton, but as we were saying, he is the great performer, right? So he's the ringmaster there. What are we going to see from her at 4 o'clock? It's going to be like, right, Liz, follow that.
There's going to be, quite a difference, I think.
Poor Liz Truss, she's going to have to go for the sympathy vote. I mean...
She's going to deliver.
The contrast...
Deliver.
The contrast is predictable. And that shows the dilemma that the government has. You know, Boris goes out as Boris. The Boris... You know, not everyone likes Boris, but, you know, large numbers voted for him. That's the Boris that those voted for him love, going out on a high, just been stabbed in the back by his own MPs. It virtually said that. Going out on a high and coming in on the back of that is going to be a real test.
Yes, he was waving his arms around, gesticulating and all sorts. I think Liz Truss will look very wooden as compared to Boris Johnson. But that's what many people wanted. They wanted Boris out, and it's in for the new. I think Liz Truss will struggle with communication as Prime Minister, but to her credit, she has got a little bit better over the course of all the hustings. So
we've got more used to it. But, I mean, it's the pattern of these things, isn't it? You always replace a charismatic communicator with a serious, less enigmatic kind of person. I mean, it's classic, and that might, as someone was saying, can't remember who this morning, so many commentators, somebody was saying that might actually play to her advantage, that people have quite low expectations, but she might actually still be able to have a bit of a bounce because she's going to be able to announce things that she's been keeping in you know, under her hat or cloak or whatever the phrase.
Yes, this big
during the
fiscal
leadership
event.
contest. Yes, this big fiscal event might mean, you know, a little bit of a bounce.
It
for
could
her.
be a radical tax-cutting fiscal event that puts more money into people's pockets and kickstarts the economy because she's always talking about growth, or it could be a bit of a damp squib and not really announce much because when she's faced with reality and what the people who advise her tell her, she may not be so radical, but she may well be.
But John,
could be the most radical since Thatcher, who knows?
I run on the pound at Conservative conference, having to, you know, there is a danger of the kind of Harold Wilson type crisis emerging, a genuine danger, not just in this country, but including in this country, and timing is not looking too lucky for her in terms of the chronology of events.
John, I'm listening to you just overall, and as a former Labour MP, and now you're an independent peer in the House of Lords, are you actually, I mean, I'm just trying to pick up what you're getting at here. Are you saying it's you're sorry to see Boris go, or do you think it's very bad for the Conservatives that Boris go? You're not actually suggesting he should have stayed, are you?
Well, I mean, that's for the Conservative Party to decide. What I am saying is those new Conservative voters are unhappy that Boris has been removed. They're really unhappy.
These are the red walls.
And the red wallers, the seats that the Conservative Party won and seats they have to win to stay in power, they're not happy. And what I'm saying is they will be now thinking, this is not good.
Right.
And so you've done him over and we voted for him.
So
the problem
is this now or never for Keir Starmer? Is this now or never?
This is Keir Starmer's moment in the sense his opportunity.
Sounds like you're going to miss Boris Johnson.
Well, no.
Got a bit of a soft spot for him.
I think that everybody will, though.
I think they
right
will.
across the spectrum.
But the red wall point, yes.
Yeah.
No, he's a character. He's a strong character. He's easy to get on with. You know, everyone can judge whether he's a good prime minister, whether he was a disaster
But you're saying
or
as a strategy.
But as a communicator, as an election, let's separate him out from prime minister, where he clearly made some mistakes. As an election politician fighting an election, he is by far the best the Conservative Party have had since Margaret Thatcher.
Let me ask
and possibly even better than Margaret Thatcher.
But let me ask you, John, as you know, we look at Keir Starmer again. He's in front of the goal. There's no keeper there. It's an open net. He's got the ball at his feet. Can he possibly miss?
He can't afford not to miss, and you're quite right. This is the opportunity. If he misses the opportunity, history will judge him badly. But he does have a spring in his step now, because him against Liz Truss is nowhere near as daunting as him against Boris Johnson.
Well, if Liz Truss does go ahead with some kind of energy price freeze, I'm not sure there's anything that Keir Starmer is offering that would appeal to voters, because that's the only thing that he's come off the fence to talk about.
Oh no, and he'll say
he hasn't given us any vision of what his policy agenda might be, besides from a 3-word essay for the Fabian Society.
Well, let's see what happens. This Prime Minister Questions time tomorrow is important.
Yeah.
I'm right. It's fairly predictable. He's going to say, make the energy companies pay.
Yes.
And she's going to say, wait till tomorrow, I'm doing it on Thursday. but I'm not sure that would be her best strategy.
You know what I do feel
hedging tomorrow.
Conservative politicians, because being a left-wing politician, all you have to do is pretend that money grows on trees, and if you just tax the rich a bit more, then everything will be perfect. For Conservative and classical liberal types of politicians, they have to make counterintuitive arguments, and they're far more difficult to make, and they're far more difficult to understand.
That's Emily Carver. You may have guessed she's a Conservative. John Mann is a former Labour MP. He's now an independent peer in the House of Lords, and they're going to be back to lock horns again in about 40 minutes' time. Thank you both very much indeed.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. After that, we'll have more reaction from Boris Johnson's farewell speech, and we'll be speaking to historian David Starkey. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, Alex Deakin here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, There's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours, hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off. And at the moment, it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Boris Johnson says goodbye to number 10 and to the country, his last speech as Prime Minister.
Good morning. It's just after 8 o'clock on Tuesday, the 6th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Eamonn, Holmes and Isabel Webster.
A day of history. We say goodbye to one Prime Minister. We will be saying hello to another, and that leads our news this morning.
Yes, Boris Johnson has spoken for the final time outside Downing Street, thanking his government and indeed his pets during his time in office.
That was half an hour ago. Liz Truss will now travel to Balmoral to be confirmed as Britain's next Prime Minister. We have political reaction from across the country ahead of that meeting with the Queen. And we're going to be hearing also from the historian David Starkey in 10 minutes' time and the Royal Editor Katie Nicholl.
This comes after several high-profile Conservative Party figures announced they're stepping down in the wake of yesterday's results, including the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, and the Culture Secretary, who we saw outside Downing Street this morning, Nadine Dorries.
Your reflections on the day. We'd love to hear from you. You know what to do to get involved in the conversation. You can email or you can tweet.
So our top story today, new Conservative Party leader Liz Truss will travel to Balmoral as she's formally appointed as Prime Minister.
So what's going to happen is that Boris Johnson is going to join her in Scotland and he will formally tender his resignation to the Queen, and that allows Liz Truss to begin the process then of forming a government.
Well, let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said in his final speech just half an hour ago.
I'm proud to have discharged the promises I made to my party when you were kind enough to choose me. Winning the biggest majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. Delivering Brexit, delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care, helping people up and down the country, ensuring that Britain is once again standing tall in the world. Speaking with clarity and authority, from Ukraine to the AUKUS pact with America and Australia.
So that was just half an hour ago. Still at Downing Street, our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, where it's been a very busy place from very early today with lots of comings and goings. How would you sum it all up, Tom?
Yes, it's been a morning of high drama really here on Downing Street. So many famous faces, so many fond farewells, because of course Boris Johnson came here to give his final speech and leave for the last time as Prime Minister. It was a speech that was fairly reminiscent of what we have come to expect from Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. It was boosterish in tone, full of japes, full of laughs and metaphors as well, pointing to what he sees as the successes of his premiership and the infrastructure that is to come, the projects he has initiated but may not yet be delivered. He spoke of gigabit internet, of nuclear power, of high-speed rail, all of these elements of what he sees to be his levelling up agenda. But clearly he will not be in post as Prime Minister to see these projects through. That will be for Liz Truss, whom he gave his unqualified support to, because after all, this speech summed up the mood of the party and perhaps of the country too, that the politics now needs to end and that the government needs to stop bickering amongst itself and get on with delivery for the people. That was his parting message. It's interesting, though, to note some of the other points of his speech, particularly the reference to the Roman consul Cincinnatus. And there's been much commentary online looking back at the role of Cincinnatus in around 450 BC as he rose to conquer, really, the Roman Empire as it was at that stage, perhaps proto-empire, become the dictator of Rome and then give it all up, go back to his farm and live a humble life. However, there's a little bit of a twist to this tale. People have mentioned that by some accounts Cincinnatus was then called back to return to Rome, to become dictator once more. Might that be what Boris Johnson was hinting at in his speech, in that allusion, in that classical allusion? Or could we all be reading far too much into it? Well, I suppose that remains to be seen, but like with so many things about Boris Johnson's turbulent career, about his rollercoaster ride of a premiership, indeed after his ups and downs of London Mayor, of Foreign Secretary, of Backbench MP and then Prime Minister, I suspect there'll be more to come.
Yeah, and if I was a betting lady, I would say he wasn't making that comment as just a coincidence. I suspect he knew exactly what people would infer from that. Tom, thank you for your analysis, as ever, this morning.
Well, let's see what people are thinking. Joining us now in the studio, Kieran Pedley. He's the polling guys from the polling organisation Ipsos Mori on this one. Let me ask you, you've gone out there, you've spoken to the electorate at large, and you've said, will you miss Boris Johnson? What have they said?
I think some of the suggestion that there might be a comeback on the cards of Boris Johnson is, shall we say, somewhat premature. In July, we asked how satisfied or dissatisfied the public were with Boris Johnson's performance as Prime Minister, and 69% said they were dissatisfied with the job he was doing. It's easy to forget on this morning how unpopular he was and is as he leaves office, and we've seen that in the local elections and by-elections too. If we dig deeper into his record in office and whether his government have done a good or bad job in different areas, it is true that he has had his successes, the vaccine rollout being the most notable, around 8 in 10. I think his government did a good job there. And he wins plaudits for his response to Ukraine as well. But then when we look at other issues, such as managing the cost of living, 75% think his government did a bad job there. 7 in 10 think his government did a bad job improving the NHS. And the same number think his government did a bad job managing immigration. So when you look across the issues that matter to the public moving forward for the future, much less positive. So never say never in politics, of course, but I think we shouldn't underestimate how unpopular Boris Johnson is.
Yeah, although, you know, a lot of people will be watching this and saying to themselves, you know, here's a pollster saying it's perhaps a bit premature to suggest Boris Johnson might be making a comeback. There'll be some people saying pollsters were premature in declaring Liz Truss an outright frontrunner so early on in all this. The margin that she had was smaller than a lot of people were expecting, and perhaps that influenced the outcome for Rishi Sunak by describing him as having lost from so early on. Is there any sort of remorse from pollsters this morning in how they called it in the election?
Well, we at Ipsos, we didn't conduct the membership polling of Tory members that sort of predicted this race. I mean, I think 57-43, which I think was the winning margin, is still a pretty comprehensive win for Liz Truss. Yes, it's smaller than the margin Boris Johnson won by a few years ago. But
it's smaller than the one the pollsters were predicting, for sure.
Well, I think one of the pollsters. But I mean, I'm not here to talk about our competitors and what they may or may not have said about the race. But I think that there is, yes, it's true, one pollster had the race wider in a poll that was in mid-August. So perhaps, if the poll had been done this week, we'd have seen it tighter. But I think from a polling perspective, this was still a comprehensive win for Liz Truss, and that was borne out in the polls.
Conservative Party get all the headlines today, but let's talk about Labour. Are they government in waiting or not?
So one of the questions we ask over time, now and in the past, is whether you think that the opposition are ready to form a government. And we find that 37% of the public think Labour are ready and 43% disagree with that. So obviously the public are very split there. What's interesting, though, when you look at those numbers compared to past Labour governments or past oppositions, thinking of David Cameron here, you see less hostility to Labour than you once might have seen. So 43% disagreeing is much less than we saw under Ed Miliband and Jeremy Corbyn. But that 37% that think they're ready is stubbornly sort of below that sort of 4 in 10 mark. Now, there's no rule about what the number has to be for Labour to win a general election.
What was it for Tony Blair?
Well, I was about to say, so a clear majority when Tony Blair was leader of the opposition said Labour were ready. So we're looking at well into the 50s and 60% sort of mark.
Right.
And it was slightly less than that for David Cameron. So I think what you're seeing, if you were going to say in a nutshell where Labour are at, less hostility to the prospect of Labour being in government, but not quite, the public not quite sold yet. So I think what's going to be what's going to be decisive, I think, in the next couple of years is how well the new government does, because those numbers I've described to you may well have been enough if it had been Boris Johnson's Conservatives as they stand now in terms of their popularity. But of course, we don't know what Liz Truss' administration will look like.
But what are people thinking? What are their expectations of Liz Truss? And do they think she's got the wherewithal to carry things through? I mean, what she's inherited from Boris Johnson in terms of the state the country's in and where we're at with the war in Ukraine, or Putin's war as he calls it, it could be a mission impossible.
Yes, so we ask people whether they think the country's moving in the right or wrong direction, and we see that 2/3 of the public tell us they think things are moving in the wrong direction. And that's the highest it's been since the last general election. So you're right to say that the inheritance is very, very difficult for the new incoming Prime Minister. In terms of expectations, I mean, fundamentally, she's still something of a relative unknown compared to sort of Boris Johnson and others. When we ask how likely her government is to do things compared to a hypothetical Starmer government, there's a lot of pessimism around that she will actually be able to deal with the cost of living or improve public services. But of course, now she's in office, she has the levers of state to be able to do that if she can. Ultimately, she talks about delivery. I think that is what will determine whether she wins re-election in a couple of years' time, if that's when it is.
Well, Kieran, always good to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. Interesting, the whole stats there. But according to the pollsters, the public not necessarily sorry to say goodbye to Boris Johnson on that one. Your views very welcome, of course. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed.
We can get the view now of the historian, David Stuck, who joins us in the studio to talk a little bit about that historic event that will now be taking place in Balmoral. Extremely unusual. Just talk us through, whether this is significant or not, first of all.
The Prime Minister, as it were, the old Prime Minister goes to the Queen to give up office and the new Prime Minister goes to the Queen to receive it. No, this is completely conventional.
Right.
This is what has happened with the appointment of every Prime Minister since the first Prime Minister, since the man who gets the gift of Downing Street as a personal gift from George II in the 1730s, in the wonderful Georgian period that we all love seeing on TV, and the first Prime Minister, Robert Walpole. And since then, there's been this steady procession, because the only thing that's unusual about it is that it's taking place at Balmoral.
Yes.
This is the first time. Usually it's at Buckingham Palace. There was, of course, a marvellous moment when Herbert Asquith became Prime Minister under Edward VII. And as you all know, Edward VII, called Tum Tum, absolutely adored this foreign holiday. The Queen loves Balmoral, very typical, all sort of Scottish embracing. Edward VII loved Biarritz, the luxury, the casinos, the nightlife, the girls, and he actually summoned Asquith to Biarritz in France to be made Prime Minister. But the key thing is this actual physical interchange between the monarch and the Prime Minister. Because what we think of, of course, we think of Boris as being created by either his MPs or by the vote of the Tory membership. He's actually made by the monarch. The Prime Minister's got this extraordinary middle role between Parliament, between the House of Commons, where he, or now, dare one say it, Emily, more usually she. I mean, come on, Eamonn, let's acclaim this moment at which we are going to see a female Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. Us men are merely being regulated to auxiliary offices, like keeping the purse string, like poor old Kwasi Kwarteng in number 11. The doors of number 10 are permanently barred. But the Prime Minister is this middle role between the House of Commons and the Queen. Because we always think that the government is the government because of Parliament. All Parliament does is pass legislation and comment on government. The real powers of government, the thing that controls us from day to day, are the powers of the monarch, which are exercised on behalf of the monarch by the Prime Minister. That's the reality. We just need to understand that.
And here, David, today, we have attention, we have the spotlight turned on this other remarkable woman, Queen Elizabeth II, who will see in her 15th Prime Minister. We are highly unlikely ever to see that again.
That is true. I think that her reign, clearly we are going to have, following her very long reign, we're going probably to have two quite short ones. And again, one of the things that all Prime Ministers say, and remember they can't say very much about their audiences with the Queen, is just what her extraordinary accumulated knowledge of government. This is a woman who began with Churchill. I mean, Boris, fictionalises about the Churchill. The Queen knew him. The Queen was literally mentored by him. The Queen, again, unlike Boris, is devoted to the business of government. She reads her papers. She remembers.
Yeah, and what was her relationship? We talk about Churchill, being PM, coming back into power again. What was the Queen's relationship with him and he with her?
We don't know in detail. Because remember, the relationship between the monarch and the Prime Minister is absolutely confidential. Every Prime Minister says, the wonderful thing about it is that it is only to the Queen that I can be honest to.
But there has been two leaks. There has been two leaks in history. Could you name names?
I can indeed name names, and they're subjects of shame. One is David Cameron, of course, with the famous remark that after the Scottish referendum, the Queen purred. I would have thought that famous set jaw purring would have been a very impressive experience. And then the other, of course, is Boris herself. We should really have quoted this earlier. The Queen is alleged to have said to Boris when he took over in 2019, she couldn't imagine why he wanted the job. What is she going to say to Liz when you think of just how much worse, how much radically worse the situation is? But to go back to your question about Churchill, it's clear that at that point, Churchill was paternalistic. She was very young. I mean, Chips Channon, whose diaries have just been re-edited marvellously, has this comment on her, the little Queen. There was that sort of sense of this, I mean, in some ways, I think, very immature girl. 25, well, it's not all that young, but it seemed very, very young at the time. You look at her at her coronation, this lone, slim figure in white, surrounded by all these huge men in uniform, because they were virtually all men, in uniform, red robes and everything else. And Churchill clearly saw himself as a kind of uncle. I think he was probably modelling himself on Melbourne with Victoria, who'd done exactly the same thing. And then, of course, you can see very clearly the Queen is the one now who is experienced. It's her prime ministers who aren't. And when you get later prime ministers trying to patronise her, as clearly and outrageously Tony Blair did, the displeasure was made felt by the way in which the garter was suspended over his head like an axe, until he'd served time and was allowed to have it.
And that was quite recently.
Very recently.
Yeah.
Very recently.
Long after he left office. So, look, would it have ever been conceivable that Her Majesty, given her mobility issues and the fact that she's chosen to do this from Balmoral, might have said, actually, I'll let Prince Charles do this? Because we've started to notice a sort of handover, transition of power, if you like, within the monarchy.
A quasi-regency.
Yeah,
a
quasi-regency. I like the terminology.
I think it would have been impossible. I mean, what is striking is when the Queen allows Charles, and allow, I think, is absolutely the right word, to read the speech from the throne in Parliament. What is there? He doesn't sit in the throne of the sovereign. He sits in the consort's throne, and the crown is placed obviously not on his head because he's not king, but beside him. And in other words, the fact that he's substitute. But remember, traditionally, I mean, we get so confused about these things. The speech from the throne was not given by the monarch. Victoria hardly ever gives it. It was normally given by the Lord Chancellor on behalf of the monarch. It's only the House of Windsor, and before them, to an extent, Edward VII, who decide the monarchy must be seen to do things, so they give the speech from the throne. But it's not constitutionally necessary. But for the Prime Minister, it has to come from the monarch. And it's really very important that we see how literal it is. The actual use of the term kissing hands, it's a physical handover of power. In the old days, when the leading officer of the Crown was the Lord Chancellor, and the symbol of his office still is the Great Seal, this whacking great lump of gold from which the wax is cast, the seal was literally put into the hands of the king until it was warm.
Gosh.
There was that sense of, or kept by him for 24 hours, and then it's handed back. And there is that real sense of the physicality of the transfer of power.
Can we, talking about the transfer of power now to Liz Truss, what has she been handed, David, do you think? What does the future hold? Is the European project over, for instance?
I think she's been handed a series of catastrophes.
Really?
I think the best way that we should look at the situation we're in now, it is the equivalent of post-war. The combination of COVID, COVID was a phony war in which, thanks to lockdown and to the whole business of Rishi Sunak's decisions over furlough, we incurred debts on the same scale as wartime. This is the fundamental reason we're having inflation.
This is wartime debt.
Wartime debt.
How long did it take us to get out of wartime debt?
It took us until about last year.
Really?
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
And what we're doing now is, of course, we've had a phony war. We had the phony war of COVID, and we've now got the proxy war in the Ukraine. And the proxy war in the Ukraine, of course, is it were re-triggering this whole situation. So we've had effectively 2 wars in succession, and one of them still ongoing, with outcomes that we don't know.
David, sorry for interrupting you. You're bringing something not very interesting and not very much in vision. It's from RAF Northolt, as you can see there. This is the plane which the Prime Minister is expected, whether it either is or isn't it, but that's going to fly to Aberdeen Airport very, very shortly. Anyway, back to other things, David. Sorry.
Well, isn't it interesting? We have a little flight of fancy. And of course, if you listen to Boris Johnson's speech, it was this succession of flights of fancy. And we have now a Prime Minister who has to do something, not just conjure words. Because Boris was brilliantly good at being a columnist, playing with words. And he assumed that if you made a little speech or made a visit or wore a funny uniform or hung himself from a high wire, something would happen. That is not the way you govern. The way you govern is by taking tough decisions and, above all, understanding. The thing that worries me...
David, there is another thing, sorry, before we come to what worries you. Right. You say it's not the way you govern, but it's the way you get into power to govern, because that's what he's done. I mean, he had such a visible, like Donald Trump, high profile, created by television, personality, that... he created the persona, didn't he? He created the persona.
Which is very important. And, of course, in a democracy, you communicate directly with the voter. We're all, as it were, part of the political village now. But the other thing was, the way Boris triumphed, and there were those references to the huge majority that he got, the winning of the Red Wall and all the rest of it. He thought he was in a position of being effectively a substitute monarch. I mean, again, Eamonn, this whole business of the relationship between the monarch and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is not simply head of the Commons. He doesn't just command. She must remember that. She does. I'm not. You must interrupt and teach me. She has to command the majority in the Commons, but she's also literally a second monarch. And the thing that's most difficult is to get the balance of those 2 roles right, and not to let the fact that you really are a monarch and that Downing Street is a court go to your head. And I think Liz Truss, one of her good qualities, I think, is a certain down-to-earthness and a certain awareness, and she's shown an extraordinarily skilled capacity in, cutting her way through the political process. I mean, there's nothing that you can actually say, what has Liz Truss achieved? But she's been very good at playing the politics.
There's something
Boris wasn't.
As this jet trundles down the runway here at the moment, and we believe Boris Johnson's on board heading to Aberdeen, there is a certain irony that 25 years ago we were also live from RAF Northolt, because that was the airport where the body of the Princess of Wales, Princess Diana, was brought back from Paris.
That is true. And again, ever since Diana, there has, of course, been this extraordinary crossover of the emotionality, the waves of public emotion, the power of celebrity, and the reality of political power. I mean, Blair, again, played this game astonishingly well. Boris played it too. What we're going to have, you, Emily, were talking about the alternation between serious prime ministers and unserious prime ministers. What we're going to have now is a non-celebrity prime minister. And a woman who is not interested in being a celebrity. And the relationship with the Queen is going to be fascinating, because the Queen, and this is one of the fundamental grounds of her conflict, not only with Diana but with Meghan, the Queen consciously refuses to be a celebrity. She's arguably the most famous survivor surviving person in the world, but she won't play the role
You bring
of
us on to
celebrity.
the other name there, Meghan Markle, throughout all of this. And, you know, I think people are just very confused as to what the chemistry is this woman is trying to create 25 years on from today is exactly 25 years from the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. And she has booked these series of conferences. We're not really sure what they're about. Today's about the Invictus Games. We're not really sure what her charities are. But she is determined to hijack the profile. And this photograph of Wallace Simpson, a mixture, strange morphine of Wallace Simpson, herself, and Diana.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Harry is married his mother. I'm told, you know, being gay, I don't quite understand these things, but I'm told a lot of chaps get themselves into this kind of situation. Unfortunately, she's all Diana's bad aspects and none of the good ones. The charities are utterly synthetic. Diana's charities were real. Diana took real risks in doing it. Meghan simply performs. And again, you know, Diana's abuse of the monarchy, and it was, I mean, you know, the Bashir interview, OK, she was trapped into it, but what she said was exactly what she wanted to say. She did want to do harm, but can't you understand it in view of the horror of her marriage? Whereas even Meghan's resentment of the monarchy is synthetic, as for the whole behaviour of Harry. So I think if we say that she's trying to replay Diana, I'm afraid we are reminded of Karl Marx, you know, history first as tragedy with Diana, and then I'm afraid as farce with Meghan and Harry. It's a royal farce. And I think the British, on the whole, we're quite good at taking farces. We see it as a farce. We don't take it terribly seriously.
But, David, do you think that actually the Duchess of Sussex is an actual threat to the future of the monarchy? Well, do you think that when Her Majesty, you know, long may this be in the future, when she does pass away, do you think that, you know, Prince Charles and Prince William will face a genuine option of having to cut them all together? Because it just seems that until they do, they're just going to cause so much
I think, and I think, frankly, both well, William, I think, without a second thought, would do it. William is turning out to be surprisingly ruthless. Which is, again, a little bit like the Queen. Though, of course, even the Queen has this terrible soft spot for Andrew. There are family, for heaven's sake. You know, it is the enormous difficulty that when you have family relationships that are turned into political dramas. But then, of course, let's go back to Boris. One of the things that destroyed his premiership was his last marriage to Carrie Johnson. I mean, it is quite clear that the tensions that were created by that marriage, the fact that, I mean, she's known as Canny Boleyn. I'm thinking, everybody has called her Carrie Antoinette. I think she's Canny Boleyn. She's much nearer to an Anne Boleyn, a directly political wife, and that produces the most terrible, terrible tensions. But you see, even in democratic politics, family relations come into play. The wonderful thing, again, about Liz Truss is she's got an invisible husband. I mean, he's got the perfect profession, Eamonn, hasn't he? He's a chartered accountant, you know, and chartered accountants don't count and just fade into the background.
Yeah, look, I mean, he did produce a child whilst in office, did Boris Johnson. There was lots of love towards his wife, certainly, and, you know, whether or not that meant that there was a fallout with Dominic Cummings.
Children.
A lot of people... Yeah, sorry, were they both... Was she pregnant before he came Prime Minister? I think there were some question marks about that, but my point being there was one...
I can see this woman's knowledge.
There was one definitely born whilst they were in Downing Street. But anyway, my point being with Liz Truss...
Isabel, there's the plane about to take off, heading down that runway at RAF Northolt in north east London, and that on its way to Aberdeen Airport. That journey will take just about an hour, we would have thought, and it was affected today by flying conditions. It had to leave earlier than scheduled because of storm clouds moving in. And there it is, disappeared into the clouds.
It has indeed. Look, I was just making my point, David, about Hugh, Liz Truss's husband. There was no affection when she won yesterday, that announcement was made. You know, if you think back to David Cameron, he gave a big kiss to Samantha Cameron. It was a very business-like exchange, and I think that, you know, we talk about family and all of this. Did you make much of that? Or?
Well, isn't it a bit like going back to the days of Dennis Thatcher? We didn't see Margaret and Dennis engaging in what is it called, PDA. In PDA. Can you imagine Thatcher doing a PDA? I mean, you know the wonderful remark about Thatcher, which is Mitterrand, which is that she had the eyes of Caligula and the mouth of Marilyn Monroe. So she did play a sexual chemistry, but of a very, very different sort. Yeah. I mean, again, Liz Truss, there's a swirl of rumours as to her extramarital affairs.
There's certainly one publicised that they've come through as a couple.
But we are in a post-moral age.
Yes.
This again is the great lesson, I suppose, of Boris Johnson's premiership. We're in a completely post-moral age. I mean, the rumours about Boris would have destroyed anybody apart from one single exception, David Lloyd George. The comparison that I've been trying to get Boris thinks he's Churchill. There is not a single point of resemblance between Boris and Churchill. There is astonishing resemblance between David Lloyd George and Boris. Can I begin with the famous
Well, as long as it's brief, because we have to come to the end.
Very, very brief. The famous opening lines of A.J.P. Taylor's description of David Lloyd George: he had no friends and he deserved none.
Gosh. Not the analogy that Boris Johnson would like to draw. But David Starkey, we could listen to you not only all morning, but all night. Welcome to our show for the first time here on GB News.
Pleasure.
Please come back and see us again. Thank you very much indeed. Fascinating stuff there from the historian David Starkey.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick break. After that, we'll be going through the papers today with... we're going to the Red Wall.
We're not,
yes. We're going to be hearing
Sophie
how people
Reaper.
there
Yes.
reacting to Liz Truss becoming Prime Minister. But first, here's your forecast.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours. Hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most of this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Stein Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Stein Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Right, it's coming up to 20 to 9 in a few moments' time. We're going through the papers for one last time this morning with the former Labour MP, now independent peer in the House of Lords, John Mann, and we're welcoming back Emily Carver as well, columnist at Conservative Home. Welcome back to both of you.
Can I start with football?
Must you?
But football is football related to politics,
All
because
right.
today, John Mann, we don't know what form Liz Truss's new cabinet will take. We think, Isabel, from his loitering number 10, that Rees-Mogg may be... No, not sure?
Well, do you know what? Actually, the fact he was loitering was because Boris Johnson was about to walk out and give a speech. The cabinet appointments, I don't think, will happen till a bit later on. But anyway, he will be in the contention for a new
Well,
position.
in The Guardian today, John, you've picked out a story which says the spirit of Don Revie, who was the legendary Leeds United manager, the less legendary England manager, that it will be invoked to get Rees-Mogg firing again. Please explain.
Well, Liz Truss cited Don Revie when she did the hustings, which actually took place at Elland Road against Rishi Sunak, and I had to put an immediate statement out pointing out she's not a member of the Westminster branch of the Leeds United Supporters Club, which I set up.
Right.
I think she purports to be a Norwich City fan. Whether she is or not, I'll leave to people in Norwich to judge. But
Ed Balls is probably the chairman of that.
He almost certainly is. Yeah. So there's a good pairing, Ed and Liz. But she cited Don Revie, and the interesting thing about the Revie side before self was the motto in the dressing room. So is she going to play that approach with Cabinet or not? If she does, I think it'd be smart. I'm not sure that's quite the Boris style of, the team all working together. So will she be a team player? And with Rees-Mogg, I think the most...
You spotted that Carrie didn't give him a kiss this morning on the sort of farewell lineup.
Well, I wouldn't have given him a kiss either, so I don't blame Carrie for that. But Rees-Mogg into culture, media and sport. Rees-Mogg dealing with the football and the sports authorities. I think that would be... it would give you plenty to discuss over the next year. So I'm saying put Rees-Mogg into culture, media, sport, and
just for entertainment value.
Yes, I'm not sure he'd welcome it.
It wasn't a good weekend for you, but come on, seriously, War of the Roses. How good were Man U on Sunday? How good?
Listen, for
That's enough.
For a team battling relegation, you're not doing badly.
Look, most of the papers, quite frankly, are out of date now, given that we've seen Boris Johnson departing not only number 10 Downing Street, but from RAF Northolt's in the last few minutes or so. But the Daily Star did have a front page saying end of an era, referring to... Well, actually, their headline was end of an era. But let's just get some analysis. They call it a bizarre 1,139-day fever dream. What do you think about that, Emily?
Well, I mean, Boris Johnson certainly has a unique personality for a Prime Minister, I'd say. But I think what was bizarre was all the crises that he came up against, rather than him himself, per se. I mean, he had Brexit to get over the line. He then had a pandemic. We now have we had lockdowns. We now have all the economic repercussions, all the social repercussions of that. He's had a particularly hard time. Now, that's not to say that he's made the right...
himself.
He has created issues himself. He has made decisions that were perhaps not the right ones at different times during his tenureship. But I do think that this is a little bit harsh, perhaps. Do you think it was a fever dream?
Who are we to say? Who are we to say?
What do you think, John?
I think when he gets to Aberdeen, he'll probably try and grab the wheel of the car and not quite get to Balmoral if he had his choice. But while he was very punchy, very Boris going out, I don't think he's happy to be leaving as Prime Minister. No. I think he thinks he can make a comeback. Not in the short term. I mean, he may hope that, but I think that would be, even for him, beyond his wildest dreams. I think he'll be weighing up his next move. Will he turn up at Conservative Party conference and overshadow Liz Truss?
No. Well, I mean, if we to infer what he said in that speech, he said he was going to be leaving like a booster rocket to gently splash down in a remote corner of the Pacific, falling away, having done his job, and referring to Cincinnatus returning to his plough. I think, as you initially stated, he's going to go off quietly for a little while and look for an opportune moment to come back, just like his idol Winston Churchill.
A little while for Boris. Come on, I mean, you know, the one thing you know about Boris is, you know, he'll attempt to bounce back spectacularly, clumsily, and probably get away with the clumsiness. Liz Truss won't welcome that, but she can't do anything about it.
There's a very, very disturbing story yesterday, which hasn't got a lot of headlines, but this is in the Mail, Emily, that you choose. And this is, Russia last night refused to turn Europe's gas taps back on, and they particularly are grieved with the UK. And this is a threat to the UK, and they're basically saying, lay off us or things are going to get a lot worse for you guys.
Yes, of course, Russia, Putin, Gazprom, which is the state gas company in Russia, did say that the reason they turned off the Nord Stream 1 pipeline was because of a technical fault. Yeah. This statement from Russia shows that it was not due to a technical fault, but it was a way to weaponize energy, predictably. Now, we've been putting sanctions on Russia in the hope that that will mean that they aren't able, essentially, to continue their invasion of Ukraine. However, they're very much fighting back. They're saying, if you don't stop sanctioning us in Britain and in the EU, we simply won't give you any gas. And this is what's going to make it very, very difficult come the autumn and winter for Europe as a whole, for European nations and also us, to continue supporting the Ukrainian war effort.
Wholesale price of gas yesterday, I believe,
gone up
at 30% or so.
Gas wholesale prices soared by 30% yesterday when the markets opened, and that was since Nord Stream pipeline was closed. How much more of this can we take? I don't know. I think it's going to be very interesting. Since all of this kicked off, since prices got so high, many European countries, the EU hasn't announced any more material support for the Ukrainian war effort. So it's quite interesting if Germany might blink and actually say, you know what, we're going to have to do a deal with Russia. Yeah. And that may not be the right thing to do, but it may be the reality.
How popular do you think that would be in this country? I mean, you know, Boris Johnson today was very strong about his Ukraine legacy and that sort of thing. And I think it was who cleverly yesterday was building it up again. We've got to stand, because he's predicted to be Foreign Secretary in the incoming cabinet, and he was bigging up. You know, we're not going to back down with Ukraine. Ukraine's a massive priority, but this shows Germany are not thinking it's the priority it used to be. France are probably not as well. Do you see a shift in our support for Ukraine coming?
I think that probably will be the case. I mean, this war has been framed by our leaders as a war for democracy, a war for the West against an evil barbarian of sorts, essentially, and we're doing this to protect Europe, the continent, and to protect ourselves. However, faced with such bills that could devastate businesses and households if they're not capped in one way or another, or if we don't increase supply massively miraculously, I do think that people will start to think, well, actually, is it all worth it? Having said that, I do think a lot of people in this country do want us to be fully behind Ukraine, and because people say if Putin gets some of Ukraine, he will not stop there.
Yeah,
so
and obviously the situation is still extremely precarious, not least in terms of the nuclear plants as well there. Let's take a look at some of the other papers. The front page of, I think we were looking at the FT earlier, and this is about the energy bills freeze, John. £100 billion, some suggestions this will cost per year. And this is after having campaigners saying she's going to cut taxes. Well, how on earth is she going to pay for this if she's cutting taxes?
Well, money comes from somewhere. So there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free bailout of people's energy. It's got to be paid either by taxes now or by taxes in the future. You either tax people now and get the money in, or you tax in the future in some way and get the money back.
Well,
borrowing will cost more.
Yes,
borrowing is costing more. A lot of the political mindset of politicians, people who have only experienced these incredibly record low interest rates their whole political career. Now, I can remember back, mortgage 15%. 15.
This was the early 90s.
That's not that long ago in terms of economics. That mindset will change because it's going to cost a lot. And so, however it's done, that message that we're going to be paying one way or other is there. And I'm not sure that if you ask people now, not around Westminster, but around the country, are you happy to pay more taxes in order to sustain Ukraine, that the answer will be yes. In Westminster, it'll be unequivocally, we've got to help Ukraine. And all the arguments will be put about security, about the future of the world, etc., etc. Well rehearsed, well understood in Westminster. I'm not sure the electorate is even vaguely as strong as that. And that's going to be a pressure point. That pressure point will come. Putin knows it, which means more land in any ceasefire. If it's an early settlement, that's what Putin's playing for.
I'll just read out an email that's just come in the last minute or so from a viewer, just to give you a sense of whether or not people feel that way. Dave Cook's got in touch and said, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this word, sod Russia, put more clothes on this winter. Putin is one man, bring him down. And I do think people do understand the subtleties of the argument. They don't want to, they understand it's going to cost them in terms of their lifestyle and their...
They do, but I think Dave's probably not in the majority among the British people. You know, are you prepared to pay a lot more to sustain a war, a proxy war from our point of view, with Russia? Now, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, are you prepared to pay more? And I've not heard that strength of feeling out there that people are prepared to pay more when it comes to it.
Talking about what we pay, in the Financial Times, they talk about, John, Europe's power producers running short of cash. Now, what are the implications of that, as you understand it?
Well, the whole energy market is broken across Europe. It's a bad system. It's why we seem so incapable of doing anything other than a subsidy to sort it out. The way energy is done, it's complex, but it's a broken system. It's a nonsense system. It needs totally restructuring. One of the issues that Liz Truss and whoever the Chancellor is going to have to do, they're going to have to sit down with other European countries, because we can't simply do that, in my judgment, on our own, and come up with a better energy supply system, a better way of paying overall for the energy. The way it's traded is not working. It's not to our advantage. It is to Russia's advantage. Now, that's not a new problem. It's been there a long time. No one's done anything about that in the last 30 years.
But you're saying, really, we still have to sit down and do a deal with Russia to get that, because they're supplying the energy.
Well, the deal with Russia will be a deal, Ukraine and Russia. So Zelensky and Putin. At some stage, there'll be a ceasefire. But on whose terms, when? Are both parties prepared to? It's clear that Germany and France will be pressing, and probably are pressing for that. The American midterm elections are the decisive point. If the Democrats do badly, then Biden will be less gung-ho in supporting Ukraine and more for a settlement, which means a ceasefire.
Ceasefire with you too. Thank you very much indeed, John Mann. Very entertaining today. And Emily Carver, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Very much indeed. The guys will be back again sometime in the future at a cinema near you, meaning us somewhere next week or whatever.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Boris Johnson, as we know, made his final speech this morning, very early, 7:30. Liz Truss set to be confirmed as his successor a little bit later on.
What we're going to do now is we're going to go to Sophie Reaper. Sophie Reaper is our Northwest reporter. Bolton is a red wall area. We're very interested because these are the sensitive areas. What is going to happen with Boris out and Liz Truss in? Sophie, over to you.
Well, good morning to you both. I'm live in Bolton Market this morning. This is an area that's really been hit by the cost of living crisis, and this is something that when I've been speaking to people, they really want our new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, to be tackling. Now, some people who've been really affected by this issue are small business owners, and joining me now is Dave Maxwell, who owns the Cosy Cafe here at Bolton Market. Now, Dave, let me just ask you, we've got Liz Truss as our new Prime Minister. Was that the right decision by Conservative members, or should it have been Rishi Sunak?
I personally would have gone for Sunak because of how he helped us out during COVID. But if I had my own way, I'd have stuck with Boris through this.
Let me ask you, why would you have stuck with Boris?
Because I think he was hounded out over Partygate when I've been working on this market all the way through COVID, and they were all having parties. It wasn't just him, everyone was having parties. And his type of parties, it wasn't really a party, was it? Let's be honest. There was no pyro, there was no disco, there was no dancing. It was just a few sandwiches and a birthday cake, which he knew nothing about. So it was just ended out for me.
Well, we have got Liz Truss now, and something, as I said, is really affecting Bolton and the North is the cost of living crisis. Can you just talk a little bit about how that's affecting you?
Well, here on the market, we've been paying this exorbitant price for electric since April because our yearly bill runs April to April. So ours went up by mine personally went up from £300 a month to £1,100 a month as from April, and it's just heartbreaking because that's coming out of my wage. So I'm losing £800 a month out of my wage, and there's nothing I can do about it. The cost of food's just gone stupid. Everything's gone up by a third. They keep saying inflation's 10%. Not in this game. It's more like 25-30.
Well, Liz Truss, throughout her campaign, talked about helping with the cost of living crisis, particularly energy. She says that's something she's going to deal with within the first week of being in office. So that's something we should be hearing about in the next few days. Do you believe that Liz Truss can help?
It's not a case of believing she can help. She has to help. Already this morning on me, the bakery that supplies me, I've had them for 30 years, they've gone bang this morning. The baker man's been with my bacon. The first two little sandwich shops he's been to shut down, not reopening. They cannot afford the cost of electric. They can't afford to run everything. Everything's, your coffee machine, everything, they're all 3 kilowatt an hour. They're on 9 hours a day. It's unsustainable.
Well, as we've just heard, this is something that is really, truly affecting the people of the North. And I'm going to be at Bolton Market for the rest of the morning, speaking to some of the people here and hearing some more stories like the one Dave has just told us.
Well, woman Sophie, thank you very much indeed. And Just depressing stories all around, very, very depressing. I wish we could help you in some way, but what are folks saying?
Mike got in touch. I voted for Boris, but I'm glad to see the back of him and Carrie and their green agenda that's crippling the country. Good luck to Liz. John says Boris made mistakes, but did far more good. He also had far more to deal with than any government ever. Multiple exclamation marks. Labour are a waste of breath. They haven't had a good idea between them. Neil says we should be careful what we wish for. People who vote for Labour want a Corbyn-type government. Patricia, finally, she says the silent majority supported and still support Boris.
5 to 9 is the time. We'll take a break and then we'll be back. And the final half hour of the programme, we've got Royal Editor Katie Nicholl to talk us through the Royal Protocol as Boris Johnson is Truss prepared to meet the Queen. She'll also be talking about Harry and Meghan and what they're doing in Dusseldorf and what they did yesterday in Manchester. Here's your weather update.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours. Hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel, And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Boris Johnson makes his last speech as Prime Minister as he makes his way now to Balmoral.
It's 9 o'clock exactly. A very good morning to you on this historic day. It's Tuesday the 6th of September. You're tuned into Breakfast on GB News with Eamonn, Holmes and Isabel Webster.
Here's what's leading the news this morning.
And I will be supporting Liz Truss and the new government every step of the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.
So, Boris Johnson has left the building. He's spoken for the last time outside Downing Street, thanking his government and indeed his pets during his time in office. His plane en route currently to Aberdeen Airport to tender his resignation to the Queen at Balmoral.
The incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss, will also travel to Balmoral and be confirmed as Britain's new Prime Minister. Will have full political reaction from across the country ahead of that meeting with Her Majesty, and we'll be hearing from the Royal Editor, Katie Nicholl.
So all of this comes after several high-profile Conservative Party figures announced they are stepping down in the wake of yesterday's result. That includes the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, and that, you're looking there at the Culture Secretary, Nadine Dorries.
Lots of you getting in touch this morning. Keep your thoughts coming in for the last half hour of the programme with us. You know the usual ways, on email and on Twitter.
So Boris Johnson's already left. The new party leader of the Conservatives, Liz Truss, will travel very shortly to Balmoral, where she will be formally appointed as our next Prime Minister.
Well, Boris Johnson will join Liz Truss in Scotland and formally give his resignation to Her Majesty, allowing his successor to begin the process of forming a government.
Here's what Boris Johnson had to say. He came outside 7:30 exactly this morning, and this was part of his farewell speech.
Let me say that I am now like one of those booster rockets that has fulfilled its function, and I will now be gently re-entering the atmosphere and splashing down invisibly in some remote and obscure corner of the Pacific. And like Cincinnatus, I am returning to my plough, and I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. I'm proud to have discharged the promises I made to my party when you were kind enough to choose me, winning the biggest majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979, delivering Brexit, delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care, helping people up and down the country, ensuring that Britain is once again standing tall in the world, speaking with clarity and authority from Ukraine to the AUKUS pact with America and Australia.
Well, watching all of that in person for us this morning was Tom Harwood, our political correspondent, just a few inches away from the Prime Minister as he delivered that historic speech, Tom. We didn't detect any tears or any cracking of the voice, as usual, ebullient self, and a few hidden messages in there. He had Hasta la Vista at his final PMQs, and today these not-so-subtle references to Cincinnatus, who, of course, made a return to the centre of things. Explain more about what that might mean.
Yes, Cincinnatus was a Roman consul who took over the Roman Republic as it was then in around 450 BC. He was known to be a sort of virtuous dictator who then handed back power and returned to his small farm. But some scholars say that Cincinnatus actually was then called back to power by a grateful nation, wanting him to rule over them once more, and he returned for a second go at being dictator of the Roman Republic as it was then. That is a potential allusion to what many people think Boris Johnson believes about his own role in politics. critics that it is not quite yet done, that his song has not yet been sung, that his story has not yet been fully told. That is a potential illusion there that Boris Johnson might want us all to be talking about, or perhaps we're all reading into it far too much, because of course Cincinnatus is also the kind of figure that many people talk about as being one of these virtuous people who voluntarily gives up power. It was referred to a lot. Cincinnatus is compared to George Washington, the first US president, who of course voluntarily gave up power after 2 terms in office, establishing that precedent in that country. Whether or not Boris Johnson has done it also voluntarily or virtuously, however, is a matter for open debate.
We're now going to go to our virtuous dictator and the newspaper reviews this morning. That is Mr. David Miller, former Conservative MP here. So we learned all about Cincinnati. What was his name?
Cincinnatus.
I have an O level in ancient
Or
Greek.
is it Cincinnati? That's a town, isn't it?
Yeah, not to be confused with.
Yeah. What did you make of what you heard at 7:30 this morning?
Well, I think it spells trouble for the Conservative Party. Have you heard of a man called Donald Trump? Well, Donald Trump, of course, lost the presidency, but he doesn't recognise that he did. And so everything is now devoted to Donald Trump being put back as president, and to hell with the Republican Party. Donald Trump is on a mission for Donald Trump. And I feel Boris is taking a leaf out of Donald Trump's album here, because he should not be letting it be known that he's looking to come back. There's only one person responsible for the collapse of the premiership of Boris Johnson. Look in the mirror, Boris, and there you are, it's you. You had a wonderful opportunity to do great things for this country, but the moral vacuum inside you meant that you couldn't offer the leadership, couldn't offer proper leadership. You spent the summer of 2020 running a sort of New York's speakeasy in the prohibition times when everybody else was forbidden to have drinks. You did all those things, and at the end of the day, your own party got fed up with you. Now, I think a period of silence from Boris would be a good thing, but one of the many problems Liz Truss is going to face is she's not going to get much relief from him.
But he said specifically, get behind Liz Truss, he said.
Yeah, well, those are words, aren't they? Look, Mystic Mellor, feeling his crystal balls. Mystic Mellor believes that Boris will be offered a very large newspaper contract, not with the Telegraph, where he was before, but probably with the Mail. And he will not be paid the kind of money he'll be paid to keep quiet. So there he'll be stirring the pot and making mischief right from the start. Whereas, you know, if Boris was a real gent, as against a let's pretend gent, he would retreat to the sidelines and give her a chance. But I don't think that's on his agenda.
Well, he might do. We don't know. That remains to be seen. But whether or not he does or not, what is certain is that Liz Truss is inheriting an almighty horror of an inbox. I wouldn't want the job. And in many, you know, a lot of people, you know, speculating that already the next election is lost, not based on anything that she's done, just the unbearable situation that's unfolding. Anybody would be facing a loss at the next election in her position. But that might play into Boris's hands at a later date, not irrespective of whether he's heckling from the sidelines.
It might, but you see, the problem is that Liz Truss has not really shown herself to be very up to dealing with this already. I thought it was cheap that when she was declared the winner, she stalked up onto the platform, ignoring Rishi Sunak. And yet Rishi Sunak took over 40% of the vote. Now, what was she doing? You know, Margaret Thatcher was always regarded as, you know, a sort of them and us person, someone who was always looking to do down the people in the party who didn't like her. But in fact, Margaret Thatcher took an entirely different view. When Margaret Thatcher was elected leader of the Conservative Party, she immediately offered her 4 rivals positions in her shadow cabinet. And although it was very difficult for her, having in her shadow cabinet and latterly in her cabinet people who she knew full well didn't really want her there. She felt that was the only way the Conservative Party could be effective. And I think we've got a serious situation with Liz Truss if she doesn't try and do that herself.
But David, surely, and you know, you were there, I wasn't, I'm just going from memory as a young man, but surely she faced enemies within the cabinet. There was division right from the start. There were obviously
remorse initially, wasn't there, straight away?
a few attempts, David, to overthrow her, and that is the risk you run by keeping your enemies close, is it not?
You're absolutely right. And thank you for discreetly pointing out how much older than you I am, Eamonn. I need that. My ego needs a bit of boosting, and I'm certainly not going to get it on this show, am I? But look, the truth of the matter is she surrounded herself by enemies, but she ran an effective government. And you see, this is another point which Liz Truss needs to bear in mind. The Tory party is not exactly a party of all the talents. And the talent available to Liz Truss is far less than the talent available to Margaret Thatcher. But yet it appears Liz Truss is going to follow the path of error chosen by Boris Johnson and only have close to her and in senior positions people who supported her, which rules out a lot of good people. See, the one thing that people don't always understand about Margaret Thatcher, it wasn't just her. She had powerful people in the cabinet who did Trojan work that actually her government could not have succeeded without. I'm going to name two names here. Willie Whitelaw, he was her deputy prime minister. Everyone needs a Willie, she once memorably observed, and he was a powerful figure. And then, of course, there was Geoffrey Howe. Geoffrey Howe, a lot of people thought was, like being savaged by a dead sheep, Dennis Healey once said about having been attacked verbally by Geoffrey Howe. But the reality is Geoffrey Howe was the one who laid the foundations of the economic reforms that created a much better economy. And Willie Whitelaw was there keeping everybody in line. And I have to ask Liz Truss, and she ought to be asking herself, who's going to be your Willie Whitelaw? Who's going to be your Geoffrey Howe? There's a lot of lightweights. They look great in an advert because they cut across, and quite rightly, it's a new Britain, and they reflect the new Britain far better than anyone could imagine the Conservative Party ever doing. But where's the big, strong people there? They haven't identified themselves yet.
It'll be too strong, like Michael Heseltine we've just looked at there, like Nigel Lawson at the door now, Lord Hailsham there in front of
I was looking for Mella, but I couldn't see you.
And I saw Eric...
No, but I'm a later generation, just so that you put your colleague back in his place. I am still some semblance of youth here, don't forget.
But when she fell out with people like Jim Pryor, who we saw there in those pictures.
It was Ted Heath's sort of
protege.
PPS at one time. Yeah. Look, it was a turbulent place, Margaret Thatcher's government, but all the talents that the Conservative Party could muster were there.
Okay.
And, yeah.
David, I want to ask you then, I mean, you've talked about how it isn't, a party talents like it was for Margaret Thatcher, but if you had who Liz Truss has to choose from, who would you be putting in the top four? Let's get Mystic Mellor to put his money where his mouth is, because we've heard...
No, I think Mystic Mellor has no control over these matters.
But I mean, what's wrong with the names that have been suggested so far? Kwasi Kwarteng as Chancellor, James Cleverly, Foreign Secretary, Suella Braverman, Attorney General, for example, perhaps Therese Coffey, Health Secretary.
No, I'm sure they're as good as it gets for the Conservative Party in its president. But what she has to be careful of is that people on the Conservative backbenchers don't feel that because they were not ecstatic about her, because they supported Rishi Sunak, they haven't got a chance. And when it comes to Rishi Sunak, I mean, he's obviously not going to serve under her. But you see, he came a lot closer to her than most people would have expected. He lost by 14%. She is not monarch of all she surveys. And I just think somebody is going to have to get her to make the changes that are necessary in her personal style and presentation. And, Margaret Thatcher was always thought of as an arrogant person. But, she asked people like Gordon Rees. There was a man in the background called Gordon Rees. He was the guy who presented her. He insisted she changed her voice. He supervised what she wore, so she always looked powerful and in control. And I think the worrying thing that I have about Liz Truss is, she's not got a great voice. She didn't look great yesterday. She's certainly no Margaret Thatcher when it comes to presenting herself. And the worry has to be, is she really up to it? And, there are a lot of people who wonder about that.
Well, our virtuous dictator, we have to say goodbye to you because we're going to say hello to you tomorrow in the studio where you'll be in your normal position of reviewing the papers. Look forward to it, David. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your analysis this morning.
Yeah, as always. Just to say, we have got eyes on the plane that Liz Truss will be travelling up to Balmoral on. We will keep an eye on it, whether it's making its way to that runway for you. There it is, in fact. That's RAF Northolt. So this won't be very far behind Prime Minister Boris Johnson's plane, which departed from that very runway around half an hour ago. They're going in quick succession up to Balmoral, as you know. We'll keep a close eye on developments there. We're going to take a break, and
we're
after
going to
that,
talk royal matters. We're going to talk about the Queen. We're going to talk about Meghan and Harry, all with the royal editor Katie Nicholl after this.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. We're talking about all things royal now, and we welcome back into the fold Katie Nicholl, the royal editor, to talk about it all with us this morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, thank you.
Shall we talk then about what is really a historic day, a constitutionally important day, the transition from one Prime Minister to another, and not least for Her Majesty the Queen. I think this is her 15th Prime Minister, and we're unlikely to have another monarch.
We won't have.
Yeah, that sees that number of Prime
No,
Ministers.
it's not going to happen, is it? And three of whom have been women. And, this is, I think, probably one of the Queen's most important constitutional roles as the head of state, because, of course, as we know, she is not political. She's not allowed to be political, not anymore. And, this is important, and it is historic, not least because it's happening at Balmoral. That hasn't happened before. But we have to remember that the Queen, technically, is still on summer court. She's still on her holiday. She is really being interrupted, actually, in order to allow Boris Johnson to hand in his resignation and to welcome Liz Truss to invite her to form a new administration. So there was a lot of hoo-ha in the press, wasn't there, just a few days ago, about whether the Queen would be coming back.
Yeah.
My understanding from my sources close to Her Majesty the Queen up at Balmoral is the Queen's feeling was think this party's caused her more than enough issues and interruptions. She's not going to have her summer holiday interrupted. If this is going to happen, then the court goes up to her, summer court at Balmoral, and quite right at 96.
Cameron Walker's not 96, but he said a similar thing to us. We have to go to him. And we're going to go to him now. He is at Balmoral, awaiting both the Prime Minister and the future Prime Minister. So Cameron, we believe Boris Johnson, he's about 10 minutes away from touchdown.
That's what we believe, Eamonn. It actually remains one of the few personal prerogatives of Her Majesty the Queen to appoint her new Prime Minister. She doesn't need to consult or act on advice of government ministers. One of the requirements is, of course, to find someone who can command the confidence of the House of Commons, which is usually the leader of the political party with an overall majority of seats in the House of Commons. And now, of course, Liz Truss ticks all those boxes. So at about 11:20 today, we believe Boris Johnson will arrive here at Balmoral Castle to formally tender his resignation as Prime Minister. And then at about 12:10, the new Conservative leader, Liz Truss, will arrive and the Queen will formally invite her to form a government in her name. And then the court circular will record that the Prime Minister kissed hands on appointment. It's not kind of literally a kissing of the hands. It's more likely that that will happen at perhaps a Privy Council meeting a little bit later on in the future. It will be pretty much a handshake, but it's the first time the Queen has actually appointed a new Prime Minister at Balmoral. It usually happens at Buckingham Palace. We believe the original plan was for Her Majesty to interrupt her summer break and make the around 1,000-mile round trip back to London to appoint her new Prime Minister. But plans changed last week, and that is, as we understand it, to provide certainty for the Prime Minister's diary. So we know that Her Majesty has been suffering from mobility issues recently, and I think the idea was, according to a source, that if her plan had been to travel to London and she woke up this morning and was struggling with her movements, then last-minute plans would have to be made for the Prime Minister to travel up to Balmoral to be appointed. Now, it's not without precedent that this kind of ceremonial event happened not at Buckingham Palace. The Queen's great-grandfather, Edward VII, actually appointed one of his Prime Ministers in France because he didn't want to interrupt his summer break. And Alec Douglas Home, the Prime Minister in 1963, tendered his resignation from his hospital bed because he was too ill to travel to Buckingham Palace to see the Queen. Now, there's no constitutional reason as to why the Prime Minister can't be appointed at Balmoral rather than Buckingham Palace, but this inevitably raises questions about the 96-year-old monarch's health and her ability to travel.
Okay. Thanks, Cameron. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Look, somebody who won't be making the trip up to Balmoral today, some people suggesting perhaps they should have made time for that, Harry and Meghan.
Well, William won't be as well because they've just got their children into school and they're in Windsor. But Harry and Meghan, of course, this is their first visit or tour back to the UK since Megxit. And, they're here for a few days. They're going to be going to Dusseldorf in Germany today to announce the Invictus Games, of course, for next year. Then there's a bit of downtime before they're at their next engagement, which is the Well Child Awards, which will be on Thursday. So technically, and with all the helicopters, of course, that the Royal Fleet have, they could go to Balmoral. We know that they haven't yet, so I think it's unlikely. Probably not as unlikely as them seeing the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, even though they are only a step away from each other in Windsor. And I think a lot of people will be wondering, you haven't seen your grandmother since the Jubilee celebrations, you didn't get to see much of her then. Why not take that flight up? And I can tell you, exclusively, that they were invited at the end of August. The Queen always has this wonderful extended stay for her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. There's a big sleepover at Balmoral. They were invited to go to that. They were also invited to go to Birk Hall with the Prince of Wales, and thus far, they haven't done it.
But I thought he'd lost his dad.
Well, was it her saying she'd lost her dad, or her saying Harry had lost his father? I know from sources very close to the Prince of Wales that he is prepared to do anything it will take to get this relationship back on track. I think not least because he wants to as a father, he wants to see his children as a grandfather, but I think he's acutely aware that if there is this rift, that threatens to overshadow his future reign as well. There are other issues at play here.
All of this today, we're talking about it being a historic day in terms of the UK getting a new Prime Minister. It's also a historic day in terms of the funeral of Princess Diana, 25 years ago today. In fact, we've seen all these pictures this morning of RAF Northolt. That was the very...
It brings it back
Eamonn
home.
was reminding us that Diana was brought home from Paris.
Quarter of a century ago. Well, and I think, Isabel, when you put it like that, and it is a historic moment, doesn't it make the fact that these brothers can't even come together over their late mother even more poignant? As I say, there is still time. There are gaps in the diary. Of course, we won't be getting any official comment from the palace because if it happens, it'll be a private meeting. But everything I'm hearing is that there is still very much a rift. And let's not forget, there is Harry's autobiography to come. They don't want to perhaps see him for risk of something being leaked.
Yeah, and when you say they can't come together, the boys, is she the reason?
I think there are many reasons, but I think ultimately, if you were to ask me what I think the key reason is from everything I'm told, I don't think William can forgive his brother for what he's done and how he's done it, in terms of not just leaving the royal family, throwing them under a bus, and his treatment of the royal family today, constantly, this threat of what are they going to say next. I spoke to someone who was at the One Young World event, who was helping to organise it, who assured me there was no Netflix camera at this event. She says it all went very similarly. This is the event last night in Manchester. But I think that constant awareness from the royal family, there's going to be an autobiography, there's going to be some sort of a tell-all documentary. They are very cautious and they have every right to be.
So the future may not be bright in the run-up to Christmas.
Possibly not.
Possibly not. Possibly not. Katie, always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. A very important day, an historic day, and thank you very much indeed for sharing it with us on the radio and television here with GB Breakfast.
Yes, I'll be back on Thursday. Eamonn will be back bright and early from tomorrow. I've got a historic day in my family tomorrow.
And that is?
My little one, Poppy, starts school, so I couldn't miss that. I have to be there to drop her off for the first time in her life. But I'll be back Thursday bright and early.
Absolutely. Look forward to hearing all about Poppy's first day. And I look forward to seeing you back on Thursday. Big day in politics. Tom Harwood with the briefing after we give you the weather update, and there's some storms on the way.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland and spiralling around it. Bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England. But more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours. Hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday, and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's
News channel.
On the Mark Stein Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Stein Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News. A very good morning to you, live from Downing Street as the dust settles on Boris Johnson's premiership. He left this very street just moments ago for the last time as Prime Minister to rapturous applause from his cabinet and many of his MPs, as well as political staff and even the occasional Lord. We were here to see it all, but now we assess what it means for the country and what comes next. You're watching The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, and we'll get to it all after the headlines.
A very good morning. It's 9:32. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date today on GB News. Boris Johnson has promised his fervent support to his successor in his final speech as Prime Minister. Speaking outside of Number 10 this morning, he reflected on his government's achievements, highlighting Brexit, the COVID vaccine rollout and support for Ukraine. Mr Johnson also said the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her new cabinet will do everything they can to support families through the energy crisis.
I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. I'll tell you why, this is a tough time for the economy. This is a tough time for families up and down the country. We can and we will get through it and we will come out stronger the other side. But I say to my fellow Conservatives, it's time for politics to be over, folks. It's time for us all to get behind Liz Truss and her team and her programme and deliver for the people of this country.
Liz Truss will be appointed Prime Minister by the Queen at Balmoral at lunchtime. She's on her way to make the journey already. There's her plane. We can see live pictures of that if you're listening on the radio. Check it out on the app. But she's expected to announce an emergency support package to deal with the energy crisis when she addresses the nation for the first time from Downing Street this afternoon. We'll bring that to you here. She'll then name her new cabinet. Priti Patel has already said she's resigning as Home Secretary and Nadine Dorries is standing down as Culture Secretary. We'll have all the developments for you here. In some other news now, and a man has died after being shot by police in South London. Lambeth Police says a suspect vehicle was stopped in Streatham Hill on Monday night and a firearm was discharged by officers who were in pursuit. The Met Police has referred itself for investigation into the incident. Canadian police say one of the suspects in the mass stabbings in Saskatchewan has been found dead. Damien Sanderson's body was discovered by police in a manhunt. Officers say his injuries were not self-inflicted and they haven't ruled out his brother's involvement. Miles Sanderson, his brother, is still on the run. They are both suspected of killing 10 people. At least 19 others were injured in the attacks. Tens of thousands of firefighters and control room staff will be balloted for industrial action. The Fire Brigades Union says it follows a 2% pay offer made in June, which hasn't been increased despite soaring inflation. The FUB claims it represents a real terms pay cut. The vote is expected to be held next month. TV, online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Now let's head back to Downing Street for the briefing with Tom.
A very good morning to you. Now, whilst it's all been happening on Downing Street this morning, soon it will all be happening in Balmoral. We can show you pictures live now of RAF Northcote, where the plane that is carrying our next Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is preparing to take off. Liz Truss will, of course, fly up to Balmoral shortly, at which point, after the resignation, the formal resignation of Boris Johnson, she will meet with the Queen, be appointed formally as Prime Minister by the Queen, and hurtle back down to London to get to Downing Street in time for this afternoon. We're expecting, if all goes smoothly, if all goes well, that may be around 4 p.m. Liz Truss will then give her first speech as Prime Minister from this very street, unless, of course, there is torrential rain and thunderstorms. Some suggestions that she may make her first speech as Prime Minister indoors. But after that, of course, there will be the cabinet appointments, the most exciting time on this street, as we see famous faces walking down the street and into the famous shining black door, ready to be appointed for that first cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. There we go. The plane has now taken off. Our next Prime Minister on her way formally to see the Queen. We can see that Boris Johnson's plane took off a little bit earlier, and I believe we have some pictures of that too. Not yet taken off, still live. It has landed now. It has landed in Aberdeen. That is Boris Johnson already landed in Aberdeen. It's about an hour to get from Aberdeen to Balmoral, so Boris Johnson will there be meeting with the Queen. But this is what he had to say just a few moments ago, before taking that plane ride. This is what Boris Johnson said as his last speech as Prime Minister.
This is it, folks. Thank you, everybody, for coming out so early this morning. In only a couple of hours, I will be in Balmoral to see Her Majesty the Queen. And the torch will finally be passed to a new Conservative leader. The baton will be handed over in what has unexpectedly turned out to be a relay race. They changed the rules halfway through, but never mind that now. We have and will continue to have that economic strength to give people the cash they need to get through this energy crisis that has been caused by Putin's vicious war. And I know that Liz Truss and this compassionate Conservative government will do everything we can to get people through this crisis, and this country will endure it, and we will win. And if Putin thinks that he can succeed by blackmailing or bullying the British people, then he is utterly deluded. More billion-pound tech companies sprouting here in the UK than in France, Germany and Israel combined. And as a result, unemployment, as I leave office, unemployment down to lows not seen since I was about 10 years old and bouncing around on a space hopper, my friends. And on the subject of bouncing around in future careers, let me say that I am now like one of those booster rockets that has fulfilled its function, and I will now be gently re-entering the atmosphere and splashing down invisibly in some remote and obscure corner of the Pacific. And like Cincinnatus, I am returning to my plough, and I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. I'll tell you why. This is a tough time for the economy. This is a tough time for families up and down the country. We can and we will get through it, and we will come out stronger the other side. But I say to my fellow Conservatives, it's time for politics to be over, folks. It's time for us all to get behind Liz Truss and her team and her programme and deliver for the people of this country. Because that is what the people of this country want, that's what they need, and that's what they deserve. I'm proud to have discharged the promises I made to my party when you were kind enough to choose me. Winning the biggest majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. Delivering Brexit, delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care, helping people up and down the country, ensuring that Britain is once again standing tall in the world. Speaking with clarity and authority from Ukraine to the AUKUS pact with America and Australia. Because we are one whole and entire united kingdom whose diplomats, security services and armed forces are so globally admired. And by the way, as I leave, I believe our union is so strong that those who want to break it up, they'll keep trying, but they will never, ever succeed. And I just say to my party, if Dylan and Larry can put behind them their occasional difficulties, then so can the Conservative Party. Above all, thanks to you, the British people, to the voters for giving me the chance to serve, all of you who worked so tirelessly together to beat COVID, to put us where we are today. Together, we have laid foundations that will stand the test of time, whether by taking back control of our laws or putting in vital new infrastructure. Great, solid masonry on which we will continue to build together, paving the path of prosperity now and for future generations. And I will be supporting Liz Truss and the new government every step of the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.
Space hoppers, rocket boosters, and even Larry the cat. There was Boris Johnson bowing out as Prime Minister. Well, let's get some immediate reaction now from the leader of the Liberal Democrats. Ed Davey joins us now from College Green, just outside the Palace of Westminster. And Ed Davey, I suppose it's impossible to deny that this was a transformational premiership. Whether you agreed with Boris Johnson or not, the country has certainly changed as a result of that 2019 general election victory.
Well, I can agree with that, except it's changed for the worse. Our economy is tanking. We have, looking forward, the worst growth prospects for our economy of any industrialised country except Russia, which is being sanctioned. Our inflation is going through the roof with energy bills, with food prices. We have record NHS waiting lists, a crisis in our NHS. We've got our water companies pumping their sewage into our rivers. So I'm afraid Boris Johnson didn't mention all that, of course. I think that the devastation he's left in his wake is why he was unfit ever to be our Prime Minister.
It's interesting listening to the points of change that Boris Johnson spoke about in his speech, one of which is his new policy to back nuclear power, to try and have more homegrown energy, one reactor a year, as he said. I wonder to what extent the Liberal Democrats may be, to some extent, culpable for the mess of a lack of energy that we have now. Ed Davey, I want you to listen to the words of one of your predecessors as leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg, and what he had to say about nuclear power back in 2010.
The most optimistic scenarios from the government itself, there's no way they're going to have new nuclear come on stream until about 2021, 2022. So it's just not even an answer.
Nick Clegg then in 2010 saying we shouldn't invest in nuclear power because it wouldn't come on stream until 2021, 2022. Was that a mistake?
Well, Tom, you're looking at the person who was the first Energy Secretary in a generation to commission new nuclear power. And that nuclear power station that the Liberal Democrats commissioned under my watch as Energy Secretary is being built as we speak. It will open, we hope, at the back end of this decade. So not only did I ensure that there was clean local nuclear energy, but I expanded renewable energy dramatically. We nearly quadrupled renewable electricity, which is our own electricity. We have to import it. It's safe. It's really cheap now. You know, wind and solar power are the cheapest forms of electricity. And so if you want to cut people's electricity bills, Tom, we need to invest in more renewables.
I suppose everyone would agree that all sorts of energy generation is needed now, but I just wonder if your latter decision to back nuclear power is rather in contrast to your predecessors' opinions on it in 2010. What do you say specifically to Nick Clegg's words there around the 2010 general election that we shouldn't have new nuclear?
Well, I think rather than words, I mean, we listened to a lot of words from Boris Johnson, didn't we? He didn't deliver. I delivered. Liberal Democrats in office delivered, not just on the first nuclear power station for a generation, but as I say, the massive expansion of renewables. It's worth reflecting on this because Boris Johnson, the Conservatives, were saying wind power was bad. Boris Johnson wrote in the Daily Telegraph that a wind turbine couldn't take the skin off a rice pudding. He was so damning about wind power. But Liberal Democrats pushed, we fought and won, and we made Britain the world leader in offshore wind. And now offshore wind is dominating the future for the UK. It's really pushing down future electricity prices, which is great news for your viewers. And
yes,
it's
we don't have that much time left, so I
really,
just
really
want to
exciting.
ask one final question on that. And Boris Johnson did mention in his speech the 50% of electricity we may well be getting from offshore wind. But just finally, Ed Davey, we're expecting there may be a by-election in mid-Bedfordshire with the likely elevation of Nadine Dorries to the House of Lords. Will the Lib Dems chuck the kitchen sink at it?
Well, as you know, Tom, we've got a cracking record of winning by-elections from the Conservatives, overturning huge Conservative majorities. We did so in True Blue Buckinghamshire, we did in North Shropshire, taking a seat off the Conservatives, which they'd held for 200 years, and then earlier this summer we beat them in East Devon, winning a seat, overturning the largest ever majority overturned. So Liberal Democrats have a real recent and strong track record of beating the Conservatives, even in seats that have been Tory for a long time. And you know, I'm particularly proud of a guy called Mayor Dave Hodgson. He's the mayor of Bedford. He's been returned because he's such a good mayor for Bedford, and part of his mayoralty covers the mid-Beds constituency. So we have a real Liberal Democrat leader there, and you know, I think it's going to be interesting.
Wow, some bullish talk there from Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. We'll keep a keen eye on what happens in mid-Bedfordshire as the weeks and months roll on. For now, Ed Davey, thank you so much for joining us on the briefing this morning. Appreciate your time. Well, let's get some instant reaction to that and indeed all the events of today with Ben Glaze, the Deputy Political Editor of the Daily Mirror. Ben, first of all, the legacy of Boris Johnson and how, to what extent it will be continued or indeed turned away from with Liz Truss. What's the feeling of this new government?
Yeah, Liz Truss yesterday in her valedictory speech, her welcoming speech to herself, if you like, at the QE2 Centre, she vowed to carry on the work of Boris Johnson as set out in the 2019 election manifesto, which of course delivered an 80-seat majority for the Conservatives. It'll be interesting to see when the rubber meets the road how she's able to do that, because the cost of living crisis, which didn't exist in 2019, you know, when Boris Johnson got his mandate from the electorate, that's going to overshadow her entire premiership, and we're probably two and a bit years out from a general election. She's got those 2 years to sort of shape the country as she wants it before going to the polls. Whether or not she'll be able to pursue the policies of her predecessor remains to be seen.
It's interesting, it's hard to think of any Prime Minister in recent years who's taken on the country with so many different crises. Many have come into office with 1 or 2 crises, but it's easy to think of at least half a dozen different crises facing this country and indeed the wider Western world as well. Will
Liz Truss be able to deliver the more ideological agenda that so many Conservative MPs backed her as a result of that?
Yeah, it's quite the intro she's got when she gets back from Balmoral this afternoon and steps through the black door behind us. She's got a war in Ukraine. Is she going to carry on backing Ukraine? Yes, but to what extent? Will there be more money, more arms? We suspect so, but it's to what extent she will do that. There's a Northern Ireland protocol to sort out with our Brexit agreement. Huge delays at borders, the border down the Irish Sea that was never supposed to exist. There's that to deal with, and of course the cost of living crisis. Now we're expecting later this week her to set out a plan for how she's going to help these struggling families and desperate households up and down the United Kingdom. But that is a bulging intro in and of itself, and that's before events, dear boy, events. What else is going to happen in the 2 years that she has before she faces the country?
I suppose when we're looking at the scale of these crises and the suggestions that there may be not tens of billions of spending, but over £100 billion being spent on trying to sort out some of these issues, that might well be setting up issues later on. I wonder to what extent we're going to get this big differentiation between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. What is Liz Truss going to say in her first Prime Minister's questions tomorrow?
That's right. Well, we've got the high noon grilling when she faces Sir Keir Starmer for the first time across the dispatch box. They've never actually clashed at all or been in ministerial posts facing each other. So it'll be interesting to see how Sir Keir Starmer deals with facing a woman across the dispatch box for the first time. She'll obviously want to sort of set out to prove herself, make an initial impact at her first Prime Minister's questions outing. And there'll be 360 odd Conservative MPs behind her willing her on, because the Conservative Party, for all Boris Johnson's slight moaning in his speech to the lectern about the rebels who forced him out and the changing of the rules, the party will now unite, I believe, behind its leader, at least temporarily, to sort of see how she goes, because of course they do face the common enemy for them, which is Labour.
And potentially a bit of a poll bounce in the offing, because of course we may well be looking at an early by-election in Liz Truss's premiership against the backdrop of very torrid economic circumstances, and the Tories at the moment in the polls at least 10 digits behind. What's going on?
Yeah, we had a poll in the Mirror, a Delta poll at the end of last week, which showed an 11-point lead for Labour, and that's averaging where they've been over the past few months, consistently ahead of the Conservatives, because mainly of the cost of living crisis and the policies that Labour are putting forward. It was very interesting listening to your interview with Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, who sounded remarkably upbeat, I must say, about the party's potential for what may be that by-election coming in mid-Bedfordshire. It's a different constituency from the sorts of places where they have won stunning by-election victories, really bombshell victories at some of them, North Shropshire, Tiverton and Honiton, and of course 18 months ago Chesham and Amersham. So winning mid-Bedfordshire, I think that's a tall order. I mean, you wouldn't bet against them, but going out on a limb here, I'd say it's unlikely that they would overturn a Conservative majority in mid-Bedfordshire.
Yes, surprisingly bullish from Sir Ed Davey there. Well, Ben Glaze, thank you so much for joining us here live in Downing Street on such a momentous day. Appreciate your time. Well, finally today, let's turn to Luke Trill, who's the director of More in Common. And they've been doing some really interesting focus groups, some research into what the country thinks about what will happen and what should happen, perhaps, over the next few months. Luke, thank you so much for joining us this morning on The Briefing. First of all, is the British public receptive to a Liz Truss premiership?
Yeah, I think they are. What was really interesting was that throughout the race, we were holding focus groups up and down the country. And a few themes came across which I think offer real hope for Liz Truss. Firstly, people really like how straightforward she is. A lot of people would say, gosh, she actually answers the question and says what she thinks. And I think in this moment, when we're dealing with that cost of living crisis, that kind of honesty, that saying, look, I'm not going to mess you around, I'm going to lay it out, will prove to be really important, actually, with the public. So I think she starts from a good base. Of course, what the public really now want to know is what is going to be done to help get them through the winter. I spoke to a group of people in Doncaster last week, and they said the one thing that they wanted from Liz Truss this week is to not be afraid about what's going to happen this winter. So that's the test that she faces. And if she passes that, she'll go a long way to proving that she's on people's side.
there's a bit of received wisdom in Westminster. Perhaps it's not wisdom at all. Perhaps it's terrible, terrible bias against the prospects of Liz Truss. They seem to be terribly mocking of her. The video, of course, of her 2014 speech at Conservative Party conference talking about cheese imports has been doing the rounds, and many columnists across the country, at least across our media, seem to be putting her at very low estimations. I wonder, is that the same as the view of people in the real country? Are our media class underestimating Liz Truss?
I think they might well be. I think what you see from a lot of these commentators is that their sort of ideal Prime Minister is a sort of Tony Blair 2.0. You know, they want that slick, they want that polish. It's why a lot of them preferred Rishi during the leadership contest. But that isn't what the public are looking for. And I think this is really important. The public actually really liked it when Liz gave that line when she said, "I'm not the slickest candidate," because they're not looking for someone who's going to be a great media performer, who is going to have columnists and lovies fawning over them. What they want is someone who's going to be tough on cost of living, and also, and this is just as important, it was really interesting last week talking to the group in Doncaster, is going to carry on being tough on Putin. And I think on those two things, Liz at the moment is ticking the box. Obviously, a lot depends on what happens over the next few weeks, but I think she's really got the potential to prove those commentators wrong.
That's fascinating that particularly people want to see harsh action on Putin. There's been some speculation that there was some Ukraine fatigue setting in our last 20 seconds. Is this an opportunity for Liz Truss to potentially take on the mantle, set the agenda really in the next few days as Prime Minister, and turn those polls around?
Absolutely, and the way she will do that is through a strong package on cost of living, showing people she's on their side, and then delivering those promises from the campaign about letting people keep more of their own money in their pocket. If she does that, I think we will see the polls turning around quite quickly.
Really, really fascinating stuff there. Well, I suppose we'll have to keep our ears to the ground to see what is going on, what real people out there in the country think about what politicians decide here in Westminster. Fascinating stuff. Luke Trill, thank you so much for joining us here live from College Green. Well, that's me, Tom Harwood, live from Downing Street. You've been watching The Briefing. Coming up next, of course, is further coverage on this momentous day, talking about the change of Prime Minister. Soon, Boris Johnson will be offering his formal resignation to the Queen, Liz Truss then being appointed, and of course, the cabinet appointments later today. It's all to come. Stay with us here on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. Did you get woken up by a thunderstorm last night? Well, there's more to come over the next few days and nights, all thanks to a big area of low pressure that continues to just sit out to the west of Ireland, and spiralling around it, bands of heavy showers will continue to drift across the UK. Between those bands of heavy showers, though, there'll still be plenty of dry and bright weather. Many of us having a fine start to Tuesday. Sunny spells across Wales and much of southern England, but more showers coming in here. We've already got plenty over northern England, southern and central Scotland. Heavy thundery downpours, hail is likely as well. And we'll see more of these heavy showers developing across England and Wales by this afternoon. Probably not too many for Northern Ireland, parts of northern England staying largely dry, and in the sunny spells still feeling pretty warm, but quite gusty in the southwest. Gusty winds too once more across the far northeast, and we'll see more of these heavy showers through this evening. So again, this evening's rush hour, a lot of spray, a lot of surface water on the roads. Could be some local flooding in places from these downpours. They will be hit and miss, however, and we'll continue to see these showers spiralling in as we go through the overnight period. Another pretty warm night as well, with temperatures likely to stay in the mid-teens in most towns and cities. So it's a similar story on Wednesday. Again, large parts of the country may well start dry with sunny spells, but we'll see some showers continuing, and we'll see more of them developing as we go through the day. Again, quite stiff winds coming up from the south, particularly gusty across the southwest and close to the heavy showers, which will again in places turn into thunderstorms. Temperatures, though, still above average for most for this time of year. High teens, low to even mid-20s where the sun shines longest. Sunshine and showers again on Thursday and more heavy showers to come on Friday, but signs of the showers easing off, and at the moment it looks a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me!
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Good morning. This is Britain's new Prime Minister here on GB News with me, Alistair Stewart, on your TV, radio and online. I am with you until midday with everything on the political agenda as Liz Truss becomes our 56th Prime Minister today. So make sure that you get in touch with your views, concerns, thoughts and theories, as usual, on gbviews at gbnews.uk. I'll be getting to those throughout the programme. But first, let's bring you right up to date with all of the day's news and how exciting it's been so far. Here's Rosie.
Good morning and thanks, Alistair. It is 2 minutes past 10. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date today on GB News. Boris Johnson has this morning promised his fervent support to his successor in his final speech as Prime Minister. He's now arrived in Scotland and is travelling from Aberdeen to Balmoral to meet with the Queen, where he'll officially resign from office. Well, speaking outside Number 10 a little earlier, he reflected on his government's achievements, highlighting Brexit, the COVID vaccine rollout and support for Ukraine. Mr Johnson also said that the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her new cabinet will do everything they can to support families through the energy crisis.
I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. I'll tell you why, this is a tough time for the economy. This is a tough time for families up and down the country. We can and we will get through it and we will come out stronger the other side. But I say to my fellow Conservatives, it's time for politics to be over, folks. It's time for us all to get behind Liz Truss and her team and her programme and deliver for the people of this country.
Well, Liz Truss is on her way to Balmoral, where she'll be appointed Prime Minister by the Queen. Later on today, she's expected to announce an emergency support package to deal with the energy crisis when she addresses the nation for the first time from Downing Street. We'll, of course, bring that to you here. She'll then name her new cabinet. Well, we know that Priti Patel has already said she's resigning as Home Secretary and Nadine Dorries is standing down as Culture Secretary. Well, Scottish Shadow Health and Social Care Secretary Dr Sandish Gillane told GB News the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, will help unite the UK.
It's good for the Union. When Liz Truss came up to Perth and did the hustings in Scotland, she talked about how we're a family and families don't split up. And so you can see from remarks like that Liz Truss is actually very pro the Union, very much in favour of us remaining together. And let's be honest, we are much stronger together. You can see that from when we had COVID times, where we all had our jobs essentially nationalised through the furlough scheme from Rishi Sunak. And that is an example of how it's so much better to be together facing adversity.
In some other news now. A man's died after being shot by police in South London. Lambeth police say a suspect vehicle was being chased and officers deliberately crashed into the car, forcing it to a stop in Streatham Hill on Monday night. A police firearm was discharged and a man, thought to be in his 20s, was injured. The Met Police has referred itself for an investigation into the incident. Canadian police say one of the suspects in the mass stabbings in Saskatchewan has been found dead. Damien Sanderson's body was discovered during a police manhunt. Officers say his injuries were not self-inflicted and they haven't ruled out his brother's involvement. Miles Sanderson, his brother, is still on the run. They are both suspected of killing 10 people. At least 19 others were injured in the attacks. Well, commanding officer Rhonda Blackmore warned he's still armed and dangerous.
Miles Sanderson, Damien's brother, may have sustained injuries. This has not been confirmed. But we do want the public to know this because there is a possibility he may seek medical attention. Even if he is injured, it does not mean he is not still dangerous. Miles has a lengthy criminal record involving both persons and property crimes.
Tens of thousands of firefighters and control room staff will be balloted for industrial action. The Fire Brigades Union says it follows a 2% pay offer made in June, which hasn't been increased despite soaring inflation. The FBU claims it represents a real terms pay cut. More than 32,000 of its members across the UK will vote next month. This is GB News. I'll bring you more as it happens. Now, let's go back to Alistair.
Rosie, thanks very much indeed. This is Britain's new Prime Minister here on GB News with me, Alastair Stewart, on your TV, radio and online. So Boris Johnson luxuriated in metaphors and analogies as he stepped down from office this morning on television, among his friends, and of course outside the famous black door that he had craved the keys to all his life. In a little while, he'll do it formally, in private, with Her Majesty the Queen at Balmoral. What he'd hoped would be a marathon in office turned out to be little more than a relay race, as he put it, as he passed the baton on to Liz Truss. He genuinely wished her well, as Rosie reported in her news. After all, batons can be dropped. He likened himself to one of those mighty booster rockets on the space shuttle or the Artemis moonshot rocket, spent, about to disappear into the Pacific and, unlike the shuttle itself, not to be recycled. Well, we'll see about that. Right now, in a separate plane, Liz Truss is winging her way to Aberdeen Airport and then will be driven to Balmoral, a journey of just over an hour, about 50 miles, where Her Majesty the Queen will invite her to form a government. Her Majesty's 15th Prime Minister. I still find it extraordinary to think that she started with Churchill all those years ago. So today we will reflect on all of that. We'll look at the likely package that Prime Minister Truss will unveil probably on Thursday, literally rewriting the playbook of Conservative economic policy. Plus, we'll look at bridge building with the Welsh and the folk in Northern Ireland, getting things done in Northern Ireland, particularly on that protocol, and much more besides over the next couple of hours. And we will be live in Downing Street, we'll be live at Balmoral. You literally won't miss a thing, and we really do want to hear your thoughts on all of that. You can email us at gbviews@gbnews, or you can tweet me or tweet at gbnews. All of that coming up and much more across the programme. So do get in touch. So the airspace between London and Aberdeen is full of former Prime Ministers and soon-to-be Prime Ministers. The new Conservative Party leader, Liz Truss, is on her way to Balmoral right now to be formally appointed as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Boris Johnson, as I said a moment ago, is also travelling there to resign following a farewell speech outside Downing Street this morning. Our reporter Ellie Costello has this report of how yesterday's announcement unfolded.
Liz Truss is the new Conservative Party leader. She's the former Remainer now voted in by Leavers, a former Lib Dem who now personifies the Tory right. And compared to young gun Rishi Sunak, she's been in cabinet for 8 years. She was elected by less than 1% of the UK population, by the 160,000 or so Conservative Party members who've been voting by post or online. Team Truss were confident they'd done enough to win, and they were right. Rishi Sunak received 60,399 votes. Liz Truss won with 81,326 votes. Rishi Sunak tweeted shortly after the results, "Thank you to everyone who voted for me in this campaign. I've said throughout that the Conservatives are one family. It's right that we now unite behind the new PM, Liz Truss, as she steers the country through difficult times." Today, Boris Johnson travels to Balmoral to formally tender his resignation to the Queen. Before leaving for the final time, he spoke outside Downing Street.
Let me say that I am now like one of those booster rockets that has fulfilled its function, and I will now be gently re-entering the atmosphere and splashing down invisibly in some remote and obscure corner of the Pacific.
Liz Truss will also travel to Balmoral today too, and when Boris Johnson leaves, she will be formally invited by Her Majesty to form a government. Whilst most political leaders have a honeymoon period, Liz Truss will stand in the face of a hurricane. The new PM inherits a flagging economy, with inflation at a 40-year high. The Labour Party argues that people are desperate for help and need to know specifics.
She's not on the side of working people. So she needs to deal with the cost of living crisis, she needs to deal with the fact the NHS is on its knees, and she needs to deal with the collapse of law and order. And there can be no justification for not freezing energy prices. There's a political consensus that needs to happen. She needs to answer the question, how's she going to pay for that? Labour made clear it needs to be a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. So she needs to show that she actually understands and can meet the challenges that are there after 12 years of failure of this Tory government.
For Liz Truss, her focus now will be turning policies into action. She's won over the Conservative Party. Now she must win over the British public.
And we will deliver a great victory for the Conservative Party in 2024. Thank you.
Now a nation in turmoil watches and waits to see if Liz Truss can deliver on her promises. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Well, earlier this morning, as I said, the outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, addressed MPs outside Downing Street, some of his, not all of his, former cabinet. His wife was there, her private team as well, and rather nice to see a lot of people who just work in the back waters of Downing Street in things like catering and tidying up, not just the cutting edge of politics. They were all there for his final public speaking engagement as Prime Minister before he then moved on to Balmoral to resign later on today. Let's just give you a little clip, rather than what I made of it, of what the man actually said.
Promises I made to my party when you were kind enough to choose me. Winning the biggest majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979, delivering Brexit, delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care, helping people up and down the country, ensuring that Britain is once again standing tall in the world, speaking with clarity and authority from Ukraine to the AUKUS pact with America and Australia.
Boris Johnson there with his final public address as Prime Minister. Well, joining us live now with the latest from Downing Street is, of course, our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, and there he is. So it's currently Hamlet without the prince, but goodness me, it's going to be bouncy, lively and incredibly exciting a little later this afternoon.
It certainly will be, and I've got to say, Alistair, this morning this street was fizzing and popping and buzzing with the sort of excitement that felt really quite peculiar for a resignation statement. It was full of jokes. It was pointing to what Boris Johnson sees as the successes of his premiership, and of course it was witnessed in this street by, as you rightly say, so many people who were so crucial to Boris Johnson's premiership, members of his cabinet, supportive MPs and indeed special advisers. Standing in this street, it was fascinating to see the energy, really, and we can sort of take a look around. Of course, there's the throng of media still here. We will be here for some time, of course, over this week as this street becomes the hive of activity. But what happened really was over by number 12 and number 11, the political team were standing. That is the traditional area for those people to stand when a Prime Minister gives a resignation statement. That's what happened with Theresa May, that's what happened with David Cameron as well. But with Boris Johnson, over here was where so many supportive MPs were standing. This is where you saw members of Boris Johnson's cabinet, some of his closest supporters, indeed his wife Carrie Johnson as well. Jacob Rees-Mogg was standing about here, and as Boris Johnson finished his speech, he came and shook their hands one by one in this throng of politicians that were standing here cheering him on as he then got in to his car and drove away. It was fascinating to see the energy that this man still has, and reading between the lines of his speech, it did seem that this was not the last we will see of Boris Johnson. Whilst he did mention that he saw himself like one of those booster rockets that falls away somewhere into a nondescript part of the Pacific Ocean, he did also mention a perhaps political hero of his in Cincinnatus, who, of course, came back as dictator of the Roman Republic. Could we see Boris Johnson coming back in some form as Prime Minister? That's a question that remains to be answered.
What a brilliant way to end, Tom Harwood. So you can imagine Liz Truss standing outside that door in a few years' time, looking Boris Johnson in the eyes and saying, "Et tu, Brute," as she stumbled from office. Tom Harwood, thank you very much indeed. Now, Tom will be keeping his finger upon the pulse. As I say, it's one of those brilliantly choreographed days where we get a note from the TV news pool to tell us who's covering what, where, when and why, so that we can make sure. Only one purpose to all of that is so that you don't miss a thing. And so Tom will stay in Downing Street, looking forward to Liz Truss coming back down as Prime Minister. We're also live up in Balmoral, so as the arrivals and the comings and goings occur there, we will also be covering that. Talking of which, I asked for your comments, and there is one theme, and I just wondered if it might just possibly cross your mind. So here we go. A widowed pensioner says, has anyone got anything to say about the fact that 2 planes are being used for just 2 people in the current climate, financial crisis and global warming? Can't they just grow up and use cheaper transport? MM says, why is this cost of living crisis? Do we have 2 people flown to Balmoral in separate jets? Liz Truss supported Boris. She didn't stab him in the back, so 2 flights makes no sense at all. And finally, Steve from Doncaster, I assume, says, I'm really confused as to why Liz and Boris don't share a plane to travel up to see the Queen, and then hashtag waste of taxpayers' money. You'd have thought on such a tense political day as this. Somebody would have thought that through, but maybe they just didn't want to fly together. We shall see. So stay with us. We're here throughout the morning and afternoon, and you won't miss a thing. Apart from comings and goings, there is intense political discussion going on as well. And I'm delighted to be joined now by Kate Hoey, a Northern Ireland politician, life peer, former minister as well, to talk about what's going on, or more to the point, Kate, not going on in Northern Ireland. Always a pleasure to see you. You were quite warm towards Liz Truss last night on social media, congratulating her, welcoming her. What do you think she brings to the party as Prime Minister to get the problems in Northern Ireland sorted out?
Well, good morning, Alistair. I think Liz Truss showed very strong determination in the period where she was Foreign Minister, Foreign Secretary, to actually, for the first time, I think, tell the European Union just how badly they've been behaving over the protocol. Yes, and I know that it was our government signed it, but the reality is it's not working and it has to change. And I think her really being determined to put through the bill, which has already gone through the House of Commons before she left as being Foreign Secretary, and will now come to the House of Lords. And that bill is going to give the government the power to arbitrarily change bits of the protocol, or indeed all of the protocol, that shows that it's not working and it's breaking up the link between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. So I think she's already showed that determination. And I felt also that Rishi had always got this idea that somehow we mustn't upset the European Union. And of course, as someone who was a strong Brexiteer, I'm very pleased that Boris delivered a Brexit. It wasn't a complete Brexit. And I think now, if we're going to really get the benefits of Brexit, and that's where I think perhaps the government in the last 2 years has failed to really take the benefits. And I think Liz Truss, I think she's going to surprise people. I hope she's going to surprise people, because I think hopefully she will do what she said she's going to do. Because quite frankly, if she doesn't deliver on her promises, the whole way that people feel about politicians is going to become, the distrust and the feeling that they never do what they say will grow.
Sure. I totally agree with that. And also on your point about getting Brexit done, the fact that the protocol has stalled and that is a problem is not just a minor technical issue, it's at the pounding heart of it. So what did you make of Ursula von der Leyen yesterday, welcoming Liz Truss as well, but saying, and I quote, "The United Kingdom must respect its commitment under the Northern Ireland Protocol if it wants a constructive relationship." Who's going to blink first?
Well, I don't think the European Union has shown any real willingness to recognise the reality on the ground of what's happening in Northern Ireland. And of course, we're coming to the end of the grace periods. These were periods that were arbitrarily, quite rightly introduced by the government to stop some of the worst excesses of the protocol. I mean, we haven't actually had the full protocol being implemented. So the issue of dogs coming back and forwards, and having to pay extra for your dog and to take extra tests and all of that, the whole bureaucracy hasn't fully implemented. So I think the necessary thing that has to happen, at the very least, the European Union has to allow Šefčovič, who has been the commissioner dealing with this, to have a wider remit. At the moment, he has got no remit to renegotiate. And so all the discussions that have been going on over the last year have been pretty worthless. And so now I think the fact that we've got the bill going through, that Liz Truss has showed she is determined to take on the European Union on this if they are not flexible, I hoped that would mean the European Union would actually begin to realise that she means business. And of course, we've seen Conor Burns, the Minister of State in Northern Ireland, doing a lot of work over the summer, talking to the Irish government, going over to the European Union quietly, going to America, actually putting the case as to why it's not working. It's not a question of it being an international treaty. And when an international treaty is not doing what it was originally set out to do, then something has to change. And I think Liz Truss knows that.
Well, I had the pleasure of talking to Arlene yesterday as a guest on my programme rather than as a co-presenter. And she underlined what to me, as someone who lives in this part of the United Kingdom but not Northern Ireland, she underlined that some of us just don't understand how difficult it is right now for businesses in Northern Ireland, people wrestling with the cost of living crisis, but also still trying to trade, employ people, make money and pay their taxes. She said it's getting really, really rough.
It is. It's getting really, really difficult. And there is a feeling amongst a lot of Northern Ireland people that, they're a bit of a sideline, that the United Kingdom government deep down doesn't really care about what's happening. Now, I think Liz Truss has shown that she does know and understand, and business needs that certainty, and they need the certainty of knowing that the protocol, that the grace periods are not going to be brought in, that change is going to happen, and that the opportunity that Brexit has given the rest of the United Kingdom will be applied in Northern Ireland. And I think that is the crucial. It's going to be a very important issue. Of course, cost of living and energy and all of those issues, and getting rid of the perhaps temporarily the green levy. Very important promises. But she has promised, and when she came to Northern Ireland, she promised she would sort the protocol. So that's how I will judge her, Alistair, over the next month or two.
Absolutely fascinating. Final point, and it's about how business is done in the United Kingdom. I mean, you feel free to comment on the fact that you don't have a functioning executive at the moment. I noticed that you were writing about that this morning as well. But the question I do want to put to you is that you have the luxury of having served in the House of Commons as well as having served now in the House of Lords. And the House of Lords is jam-packed full of lawyers, constitutional experts. And I know as well as you do that one or two of them are going to say, look, you even if you pass UK legislation, you can't overrule what is an international treaty. She's going to have to read the Riot Act on that as well, isn't she?
Well, I think she's going to have to show to the House of Lords that she is prepared to take them on this issue. You're right; it's full of people who love the sort of constitutional legalities, and I don't want to break international law, but I think the Suella Braverman legal judgment was that we wouldn't be breaking international law, and I think she's going to have to realise that the House of Lords, it's not elected. Therefore, it has to recognise that ultimately what the House of Commons wants is going to happen. And, it's very interesting because I know when we go back now, there have been tributes to Lord David Trimble, who unfortunately died over the summer. He made it very clear just before he died that the Belfast Agreement, which he had got a Nobel Prize for, which they worked so hard to make it work back in 1998, is actually broken by the protocol. And devolution will not come back until the protocol has been sorted. So it's not just a minor issue, for Northern Ireland. It's a huge issue for the Union as a whole, because what happens in Northern Ireland in terms of devolution has a link with Scotland as well. And we know the difficulties there with people who want to see independence. So this isn't something that can be sidelined. And we need a very strong Secretary of State appointed who is going to stand up for Northern Ireland, who understands Northern Ireland, and who is prepared to really fight the battle against the protocol.
Have you heard any names? The only one I've seen tipped is possible Sajid.
Well, I understand that I'm not sure whether he was offered it or whether he wasn't offered it, but I'm pretty sure that he is not going to be the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. But I really don't know. At this stage, it's all speculation. And I just hope the media, once Liz Truss is in as Prime Minister, don't start immediately doing their usual thing of thinking that they run the country and actually let the Prime Minister get on with doing things. I don't mean GB News.
No, I know. Well, I tweeted last night that there are some out there who've obviously, having dealt with Boris, they've now moved on immediately to Liz, and it's not the media.
It's not what the public wants.
No, I totally agree with you, and that's not partisan. It's just how journalism should blooming well work. Kate, a pleasure to talk to you as always. Thank you very much indeed for your experience, thoughts and reflections on not only what's going on in Northern Ireland, but how we should all cope with a new Prime Minister. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Soon-to-be Prime Minister Liz Truss has said that she will hit the ground running to help ease the pressures on families this winter, as many households face the choice between, as they put it, heating and eating. She's also pledged to crack down on strike action from those particularly perhaps in the rail industry. But will a new Tory government be enough of a change to make a discernible difference in those areas? Or do voters believe that we need a more dramatic change? A change of party? A change of government, perhaps? Joining me now, I'm delighted to say, is MP Tanmanjeet Singh Dassi, who is the Shadow Minister for Rail. That means he's Labour. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. The big picture stuff first, and then I want to come specifically to the rail industry and the unions. But the big picture stuff first is, how is the Labour Party going to respond to the Liz Truss package when so much of it is what you and your colleagues have been urging her to do? Because of that, you can't knock it, can you?
Alistair, I think it's amazing that we are already winning the battle for ideas. If we look at what happened previously, about 6 months ago, we kept on asking for the windfall tax. Well, more than 5 months after that, it was good to see that that had been copied and pasted by Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak to become their policy. Although it was a watered-down version, but at least that was there to support working families, hard-working British families, and it made sure that the excessive billions of pounds of profits made by the oil and gas companies, that those would be appropriately taxed. And now we've got another U-turn. Liz Truss, even during the leadership campaign, she didn't take 24 hours to make a particular U-turn when she said that civil servants working further away from London, working in the north and elsewhere, that they would be paid less. Well, when there was a backlash, within 24 hours, we found out that this lady is for turning. And even now, with the plan, and from what we're hearing, the plan, as you said, is very, very similar to what the Labour Party had proposed. Initially, Liz Truss had gone out to the Conservative Party members saying, look, no handouts, no giveaways from me. All I will be doing is to make sure that I'll be cutting taxes, in particular corporation tax, but rather than handing billions of pounds of tax cuts to multinational corporations and huge corporations.
But does that? I understand that analysis, and I in a way shared it in my introduction to you. But here's the problem I can't get my head round: as I don't know where that leaves Sir Keir Starmer on Wednesday at PMQs, or the next time Rachel Reeves stands up for Treasury questions and debate with presumably Kwasi. Because if you've got what you want, what does the opposition do other than say, "Oh, well done, that's jolly good, thank you"?
Alistair, we're yet to see the full details of the plan. As what happened last time with the windfall tax, it was a very watered-down version. And now many of us do not hold out much confidence that a former employee of Shell, as Liz Truss is, that she was dead against a windfall tax on those oil and gas companies. And now what many of us feel is that she will not be giving the help that is needed to hardworking families. But if the package is a complete copy-paste, obviously it will be a joyous moment for Sir Keir Starmer, as well as Rachel and Angela and the Labour Party leadership. But what Labour proposed was a fully costed plan. So everybody out there, your viewers, would not have been paying a penny more on their energy bills, and it was fully funded. Now, if this plan, of which we are yet to receive the details, if that is funded through loans, through more borrowing, then that will be a different scenario. So we will, as is a job of a good opposition, we will scrutinise that, and no doubt it will be scrutinised by the likes of yourselves within the media.
But you make a vital point, and this is my final observation on this, and I've got to ask you one question about the rail industry as well, which is your actual portfolio. That's a crucial distinction that you're making there, is that if it's funded just by more and more borrowing, you're not going to be happy with it, whereas if it's funded by another tranche of windfall tax, you will be happy with it. And that is a stark economic choice that Labour's made and that Truss has to think about.
Well, Alistair, we are already under so much debt. Despite what Boris Johnson had said, despite what the Tories had said, we are now laden with the highest level of debt ever. I think it's incredible. And that, by the way, has not come with an increase in public services. We've got the highest recorded waiting list in terms of our NHS. We've had billions of pounds wasted in crony COVID contracts, often going to Tory party chums. We've had billions written off, and which actually led to ministerial resignations. So what we want to do is to make sure that the government of the day is being responsible. Keir has very rightly put forward his platform and the Labour Party's platform. That's a fully funded plan, and we will make sure that we hold the government's feet to the fire on that.
Tamanjeet, I apologise, it's entirely my fault. We've run out of time. I'm going to invite you live now on air to come back, because I do want to talk to you specifically about the rail industry, but I can't miss the news bulletin because the people who are listening and watching us would never forgive us. But really good to talk to you, Tamanjeet Singh Desai. Get in touch and we'll talk again soon, I hope. Thank you very much indeed. Labour's shadow transport minister there with some really quite profound and important thoughts on how they'll react to the Truss package and the distinction between borrowing and windfall tax. Much food for thought. Keep your observations coming in as well. After the break, we'll have more of that. But first, let's bring you right up to date with the news. As I said, here's Rosie.
Thank you, Alistair, and a very good morning. 10:34 here on GB News. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date. Boris Johnson has promised his fervent support to his successor in his final speech as Prime Minister. He's now in Scotland, travelling from Aberdeen to Balmoral to see the Queen. It's at that meeting where he'll officially resign from office. Speaking outside Number 10 a little earlier this morning, well, he reflected on his government's achievements. He highlighted Brexit, the COVID vaccine rollout and support for Ukraine. Well, Mr Johnson also said the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her new cabinet will do, he said, everything they can to support families through the energy crisis.
I will be offering this government nothing but the most fervent support. This is, I'll tell you why, this is a tough time for the economy. This is a tough time for families up and down the country. We can and we will get through it, and we will come out stronger the other side. But I say to my fellow Conservatives, it's time for politics to be over, folks. It's time for us all to get behind Liz Truss and her team and her programme and deliver for the people of this country.
Well, we believe Boris Johnson will shortly arrive. We'll bring that to you here. Liz Truss, of course, as well, is also travelling to Balmoral, where she'll be appointed Prime Minister by the Queen. Later on today, she's expected to announce an emergency support package to deal with the energy crisis when she addresses the nation for then the first time from Downing Street. She'll also start naming her new cabinet. Some other news now. The father of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell, who was shot in Liverpool, says her death cannot be in vain. John Francis Pratt is appealing for anyone with information to come forward. Detectives have been granted a 36-hour extension to question 3 men over her death. We're on your TV, online and DAB+ radio. This is GB News. Don't go anywhere. Alistair will be back in a moment.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's
News channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Hello, it's 20:11. This is GB News and Britain's new Prime Minister with me, Alastair Stewart. We're live on your TV, online and radio this morning. We asked for your thoughts on all manner of things. Very interesting thought from Melandra, who says, hi, Alastair. I'm a Conservative Party member and standing councillor here in Buxton, Derbyshire. I voted for Liz and I really want to see the Conservative Party returning to its roots under her leadership. Low tax, small state. Note that, Liam Halligan. I want to see honesty returning to politics, a clean sweep in Westminster, and to more straight talkers like Kemi Badenoch owning top jobs in the cabinet. So good luck to them all. Throughout the Tory leadership race, former Chancellor Rishi Sunak constantly criticised Liz Truss's economic plans, but what were the specific plans that he had a problem with, and are they really that problematic? Joining me live now, as I said just a moment ago, is our business and economics editor, Liam Halligan. What I wrote down before Melandra sent that message in was, if the reading is right, Trussonomics is throwing the whole textbook out the window.
Well, it's certainly moving to a different chapter of the textbook than the Treasury, the Bank of England and most commentators have been using in recent years, Alastair. The basic thrust of Trussonomics, if I may, is to spend big to try and instigate growth, while the Bank of England, by raising interest rates, tries to squeeze out inflation. The danger is that she does the big spending, which is the easy bit, but she doesn't do the instigating growth bit, because the instigating growth bit involves deregulation, supply-side reforms, making things work better. That means putting noses out of joint, for instance, with the planning system, for instance, with pushing businesses to do things more efficiently that they might not want to do under certain circumstances. So the danger is that she spends a lot of money. The currency markets don't like that. We can talk about the pound in a moment. She says she's going for growth. If that growth doesn't materialise, then we'll be in a worse place because we'll have more debt without the growth. And that is the risk she's taking. And it is a risk.
Yeah. I'll tell you the other thing. I just finished talking to Tanmanjeet Singh Desai. I don't know if you know, really impressive guy, Labour's shadow transport spokesperson. And I said, where's the difference now between you guys? And he kept saying, cut and paste, cut and paste. He said, but here's the fault line. If she does it by more borrowing, we, Labour, will criticise her. If she does it via a bit more windfall tax, we'll give it a round of applause. He's absolutely hit the nail on the head on the fault line, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's not about the amount we're spending, the size of the state, it's about how the state is financed. And it's probably true, I mean, the way these things go, that in general, Tory governments are able to borrow a bit more than Labour governments, all other things being equal, without the markets making us pay more for that borrowing. Now, in recent days and weeks, as a Truss premiership has come into view, financial markets, they have attacked the pound to some degree. We hit the lowest level against the dollar since 1985 yesterday, albeit in the last 24 hours.
I've been dying to ask you this, specifically off the back of that. So if you have an overdraft limit as you or me, and you get a bit close to it, you sometimes get a message from the bank saying, keep an eye on things here. Or if you've got a credit card and you get close to the limit on that, you get a little nudge, hang on, do you want some more or whatever? What's happening in the market? Is that the market collectively saying to Her Majesty's government, steady, watch it, you're getting close to your credit limit?
To some degree. I wouldn't overemphasise it because this pound-dollar story, it's largely a strong dollar story rather than a weak pound story. The pound has moved very little against the euro, for instance, and other major currencies around the world have also lost ground against the dollar. Why? Because America's pretty much insulated from this energy crisis. It's now a major energy producer in its own right, an exporter. Why? Because...
And huge reserves that it doesn't touch.
Yeah, why? Because the Federal Reserve, the central bank, is raising interest rates aggressively, which means you want to park your money in dollars to benefit from those higher interest rates. So it's not just a weak pound story, though it is to some degree. I would say if the currency markets are acting like a bank manager, they're looking at the amount you're borrowing, but they're also looking at your earning potential and how the rest of the world is treating you. Now, this is going to be a very difficult period for Liz Truss and the government in general. I think the unions are going to really go for it. Some of the public sector unions, they're going to test her out. There's going to be people talking about winters of discontent and even who runs Britain, like they were back in the 70s when we were striplings. But as long as she can point to growth, as long as the economy is expanding, the markets are likely to give her the benefit of the doubt. Back in the day, back in the 70s, the financial markets forced Britain, cap in hand, to the IMF to do a bailout. If they want to turn against this country, then they can. But we're a long way from that yet.
One Dennis Healey, who taxed the rich until the
pips
squeaked. How intriguing. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for that insight, as always, and look forward to talking to you again very soon. Liam Halligan there, our business and economics editor. Delighted now to be joined by James Melville, who is another commentator and a regular here with us on GB News. I'm just intrigued by that combination, James, of what Tanmanjeet Singh Desai said for the Labour Party and what Liam Halligan said there. If Truss doesn't get growth, then the markets will get windy. Labour have got an answer which folk may or may not like, but Halligan agreed with him.
Yeah, it's a balancing act. I mean, her entry of responsibility is off the scale, probably unprecedented for any Prime Minister in the modern era. What she has to do, first of all, I think, is obviously stimulate a response that basically inspires confidence in households and businesses. And that is effectively a form of a stimulus bailout package to try and suppress the belt tightening in terms of the energy price inflation. But that has to be done in a number of different ways. That can be done through grants, attacking windfall tax, inspiring confidence for business. Because at the moment, quite frankly, households and also businesses will not be able to afford the hike in energy prices. That's the short-term solution with a stimulus package. But then beyond that, there has to be two aspects. Obviously, incentives and policies that stimulate long-term growth, but also there needs to be a restructuring of our energy strategy to avoid this situation happening again. And therefore, there has to be a national conversation about whether we have a nationalised energy company combined with what are the sources of energy. And therefore, there has to be a discussion about, for instance, nuclear power. If you look at the French as a comparable aspect at the moment, they have got 4% increase in energy prices compared to us, over 80%, possibly going up to 200%, combined with one of the highest outputs in terms of total share of energy supply, and that's through nuclear power. So there's three aspects to this. One, the short-term stimulate the economy and households and business through a cut in energy prices and making sure that people are secure through the winter. Secondly, look at our overall strategy of growth. And then finally, what is the strategy on energy supply?
I didn't interrupt because I agree with all of that. But if you bolt your second and third point together, in the old days, as Halligan and I always converse, if you suddenly decided to commission Rolls-Royce and these small nuclear power stations, that's brilliant. Supply-side stimulus, people get employed, raw materials are used, this, that and the other, and you get cheaper, reliable electricity at the end of it. But it takes ages. If you spend 100 billion pounds helping people pay their immediate, now, today, electricity bills, that does nothing to stimulate the economy beyond meaning that you and I can still pay the supermarket on a Saturday.
I completely agree, but there is a short-term need to make sure households and businesses stay afloat. Because if we don't do that, I mean,
hang on, you're answering the wrong question, James. I agree with that, but your core point and Liam Halligan's core point was she's only going to get away with all of this if she gets growth as well. That 100 billion to help us pay our electricity bills will not give you growth.
I completely agree, but it's basically the growth is fundamentally going to be a long-term strategy as well. That takes time. And so therefore, by stimulating the economy, in particular protecting businesses from going under, that is in a way an aspect of protecting for long-term growth, because without businesses, there's going to be more job losses, less tax receipts, so therefore growth diminishes into loss. So therefore, she has to basically protect the house, protect the business, to allow a check, to allow growth to start developing again. Then you start going into strategy about putting measures in place that are more long-term, so we have long-term growth. It is a risk, but she has to do it in a particular ordering. One, an emergency package of measures to make sure that households and businesses survive. That in itself will help growth, but then long-term strategy in terms of infrastructure, looking at areas around the country. Do you remember what happened to the Northern Powerhouse? What happened with that? It was just rhetoric. So we go from basically rhetoric to actual strategy and legacy policies that stimulate long-term growth.
Although Jake Berry seems to think there's still a possibility of getting that back on track under Truss, so I only say that for the purposes of balance. Here's another thing I think that she's seriously got to consider and do it very, very quickly, and that is to take on the NIMBYs. Not in my backyard. No, I support fracking, but not here, because I live in lovely Hampshire. And also, yes, I support building new homes for people, but not here because I live in lovely Surrey. She's got to take both of those lobbies on, hasn't she, and get fracking done and get houses built. That will stimulate the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balancing act about return on investment. I mean, all aspects need to be put on the table. You know, if fracking has to have basically the environmental sustainability aspects attached to that, and if it does, and it's providing jobs, it's building new houses, then fine. The same way there's debates about nuclear power. What we need to do is look at energy in the whole round. What assets do we have? What energy can we actually control ourselves? How do we lower our dependency on sort of foreign companies? How do we create a British energy package that could involve different forms of supply that will provide the right investment, lower prices, provide jobs, and actually take ownership of our energy supply? If you look what's happening in Germany right now, one of the catastrophes that's happening in terms of their economy right now is they don't own the structures of the energy supply. They're massively reliant, in particular with gas, on Russia. What we need to do is use the natural assets that we have. What can we use in terms of the supply? How do we lower prices? How do we provide jobs? That in itself is a growth strategy.
I really enjoyed that, James. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and answering my questions, or rants, call them as you will. But I think we both totally agree, as does Liam Halligan, that this is one of those key moments in British political and economic history, and we need to get it right. Otherwise, folk are going to suffer out there, and big mistakes could be made if we don't probe them. So thanks very much indeed for joining in that exercise. James Melville there. Always a pleasure to talk to him. Now, sorry, I did spot one here I wanted to say very, very quickly, and that was just to reprise the point about why are they in separate aeroplanes, and where is it? Here we are. Jake from Rotherham and also Adrian makes what is actually quite a grown-up, sensible point. Perhaps the reason for different planes is security and also safety concerns. It's similar to the royal family, so that the Queen and the Prince of Wales, for example, never fly together. I think that is quite a grown-up point. Now, Liz Truss's leadership campaign succeeded in winning over a majority of her party's membership, but polls suggest that she faces a more difficult challenge of securing the support of the wider public. In fact, our own GB News People's poll from last week said that the majority of you would rather have Sir Keir Starmer in charge than either Liz Truss or, indeed, Rishi Sunak. You also responded that you'd vote Labour if a snap election was called. So what must Liz Truss do in her first 100 days to turn that round for the Conservative Party? Joining me now to discuss that is Martin Baxter, who is the CEO of Electoral Calculus, political polling organisation. Thank you so much for joining us. First things first, it's an overnight event, but have you already got some fresh data showing what the reaction is of folk to what happened yesterday and the outcome of the leadership, or is it too soon to tell?
It's a little too soon to see that, but there's quite a lot of evidence so far just in the run-up to it, because it was quite widely expected. And generally, Liz Truss not only has the very difficult economic inheritance that you've just been talking about, but her political inheritance is, if it's not a poison chalice, it's a pretty bitter tasting chalice, because she's starting off, as you say, she won the members' ballot, but not terribly overwhelmingly. Rishi Sunak was more popular with the MPs. Rishi Sunak in our polling was more popular with the public. So Liz Truss is not super popular with the public at the moment. And the Conservatives have fallen into the situation where they replaced Boris Johnson, who was, amongst his other properties, a big election winner once back in 2019. The sort of popularity was almost off the charts when we measured it. With the new with Liz Truss is much less so that she's not resonating terribly well with the public. There's all sorts of polling at the moment showing, without showing very much public enthusiasm. And the big picture is in looking at the lead of Labour over the Conservatives. That's 10% at least. Some polls having it even larger. And we are now predicting on our figures that Keir Starmer would get an outright majority in Parliament. He'd be get an overall majority. And that's the first time we've predicted Labour to do that since 2014. So it's certainly a difficult political inheritance.
No, I had exactly that conversation with an old friend of mine, Scarlett Maguire, who is a upfront Labour supporter, but we had a really good conversation about it. I'm just going to hold up to the camera now, Martin, because people are kind enough to enjoy our conversation on radio as well as television. So for those who are doing it on radio, this is this morning's Daily Mail. Cometh the hour, cometh the woman. OK, Daily Mail. And here in the Sun, Liz puts her foot on the gas. How significant is it for Liz Truss that the two most widely read newspapers in the land have come out so clearly for her?
Well, I guess that's good. I mean, the press is less important than it was, but it's still a usul thing, and it's better to have them on-side than off-side.
Do say that again. It's music to my ear.
There we go. So the press is important, but equally it's not cut through with the public yet. The public start off with generally, mixed opinions of Liz Truss. So her problems are obviously the economy and the fact that she's got to make a political impact, and the fact that time is against her. That there's only going to be about 18 months, say, till the run-up to the next general election. So she's got very little time to establish herself clearly with the British public, put in, what are effectively long-term economic fixes. It's tough.
Forgive me, 1 minute, literally, because we're going to the news. But here's the question. I'm guessing, forget the newspapers and folk like me, the economic package, the cost of living package will be crucial. There's a danger there that old-school Tories won't like it, floating voters will. How are you reading the likely package?
Well, I think that there's going to be a temptation to go for short-term popularity above long-term fixing the economy. Fixing the economy in the long term probably needs unpleasant things like higher interest rates and lower spending, and that's not what is going to get you elected in 2014. And that's the classic paradox of power. I have to do the right thing, but be popular in the short term.
You did that with 5 seconds to spare, Martin Baxter, for which I'm enormously grateful. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very, very much indeed, Martin Baxter there. Do keep your thoughts coming in as well. You may agree or disagree with what Martin just said or what I said, or indeed any of my guests. You can email us at gbviews@gbnews.uk, and that's the scene live right now in Downing Street. Of course, it's still ticking over, but the former occupant is up at Balmoral, and the new occupant is winging her way up there as well. We are there too. The minute we've got anything that is worth sharing with you that's occurring up there, I can assure you that we will do. That will be coming in our second hour, so stay with me, Alastair Stewart, and all of my guests here on GB News TV, radio and online. But for now, a quick break.
Hello, I'm Alex Deakin with your latest weather update. Showers again today. In fact, for the rest of this week, it'll be a similar headline. Heavy showers, thunderstorms in places, but it won't rain all day. Between the showers, there will be some sunshine. Look at this large area of low pressure dominating and not moving anywhere. Just around it, bands of showers will continue to track their way across the UK. So the showers will be in bands. There will be slots where you could be dry for several hours. Probably not too many showers at all today across parts of East Anglia, and we'll see some decent spells of sunshine over the Midlands and northwest England. But elsewhere, the showers will come and go. Some heavy downpours likely. As I said, the risk of thunderstorms as well may even cause some local problems. Certainly some pretty grim conditions on the roads. But when the sun's out, it's still pretty warm with temperatures in the low 20s. Through this evening, we'll continue with this area of low pressure to throw bands of showers across the country. Another one moving northwards overnight. Again, heavy downpours are possible. So again, expect a fair amount of spray and surface water on the roads tomorrow morning. Again, a pretty warm night as well. 15, 16 maybe in some towns and cities. Really quite warm and humid air sitting across the country, which will again allow more heavy showers to come tomorrow. Again, many places will start dry and fine with sunny spells away from those bands of showers, and then the showers just develop pretty widely by late morning. Maybe not too many across southernmost parts of England, some sunshine here, and temperatures in the sunny spells, high teens or low 20s, so perhaps a little cooler than today. Again, heavy showers could cause some issues, certainly through Wednesday evening's rush hour. Again, a lot of spray and surface water on the roads. Thunderstorms are likely in a few spots. Perhaps a hint of a change with the low pressure moving in, the winds easing a touch, but that means slow moving heavy showers on Thursday and Friday. And it does look a little drier for most of us by Saturday.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people